Actually, my daughter Nga was telling me that she met you. Now I remember.
So,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
so now I think I must take a photo and show her
Exactly.
that
Yes, yeah.
look who I
It
Yes,
would be
so I
wonderful.
was
Yes.
saying, which Murumbeds are you? She
Yeah.
said, no, I'm a Murumbed. I said, ah, there's this certain man that I.
Yeah.
And she says, oh, that's my father. I'm
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Wonderful. Great. Okay, man.
thank
This
you.
is good.
All
Yeah.
right, we'll
All
see
right.
you.
We'll see you around
All
then.
right,
Yeah. Let's
okay.
get our session started. Morning. I'm fine. Thanks. How are you? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I have one online and one presenter. The others are in the negotiations. They're doing. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to request Professor Lukorito to please come forward. Again, colleagues, can we settle down and begin the next session, please? Please, you can sit. Please take a seat. Then. Please, can you allow us to start the next session? Yeah, we're starting now. Thank you. Please, colleagues, can you allow us to start the next session? Oh my God. We ask you to come and sit up here, please. Hi, Charles. Good morning. How are you? Fine, thanks. How are you?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We're going to start. So with all due respect, can you please allow us to start the next session? Thank you very much. We're already behind time. Okay. So the people are still not here.
The people are still not here.
Yeah,
Oh, so it will appear here?
yeah, it will be here. And there, you can see it from behind.
I hope I'll be able to read that.
Um, should we proceed with the presentation? There's very few people in here. What happened?
You have your Los Angeles right now.
Yes, yeah, we're starting now, right?
Who's here for the debate?
What do
Who's
you mean?
reporting?
Who is what?
Who's reporting on Los Angeles?
Reporting.
Oh, is it even Los Angeles?
Yeah, we have a presentation and we have a panelist online. So,
Oh, is that online? Okay.
uh,
Okay. I hope you're doing fine.
yeah, but so the people just walked away. I don't understand. So we're supposed to start like 20, 30 minutes ago already. I think we'll just start.
Just tell me you already have. So, but you always take over and then, Yeah, anyway.
Yeah. Okay, let me get it going. You'll come to the podium. Huh? I'll call you. Yeah. I think in the interest of time, I think we should start this session. And those who will join us later. Allow me to introduce this session. So you know the issue of loss and damage has been the subject of negotiations for more than 30 years now. It took a considerable amount of time before loss and damage became part of the formal process of negotiation. And then when it did, it also took a considerable amount of time before it was included in the outcomes of the COP. It was in Warsaw in 2013 that the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage was finally agreed. And part of the conversation, part of the challenge that has been encountered in the loss and damage is to do with the methodology of assessing loss and damage, but also of separating loss and damage from adaptation. Where does adaptation stop and where does loss and damage begin? And together, this constitutes the discussion about resilience. In other words, the whole focus of the conversation is about building resilience through mitigation. But when resilience fails, then it results in loss and damage. And loss and damage, it has been agreed, has to be compensated. Now, the conversation on compensating a loss and damage resulted in the agreement at COP26 in Glasgow on launching a loss and damage fund, which was concretized at COP27 in Egypt, and which finally resulted in the launch of the fund at COP28 in UAE, with the pledge of, by the end of COP28, a little bit over $700 million to get the fund started. Those pledges have not increased significantly since UAE. We are still in the region of $700 million pledged for loss and damage. But the fund has been created, is now hosted by the World Bank for the next 4 years before a final decision is made on where it will be located. In the interim, the conversation now is about what are the modalities of accessing the fund, but principally also how are we to measure the quantum of damages, what methodologies exist. Now I represent the African Climate Policy Center at the UNECA, which back in 2013 developed a model-based methodology for assessing loss and damage, which contributed to the Warsaw International Mechanism decision. However, that model is now significantly out of date and in need of very urgent updating and inclusion in the suite of approaches that are being developed globally. So to help us understand some of the issues around quantifying losses and damages, but linking them in particular to the different climate models that are developed by the IPCC and which inform decision-making in the COPs, we have Professor Cromwell Lucorito. Professor Lucorito is the chair of Working Group 2 of the IPCC. Working Group 2 is the working group whose work focuses on the impacts of climate change and who therefore have the responsibility of measuring impacts but also informing the work on loss and damage. So Professor Lucorito is going to give us a presentation on loss and damage, and then we have two discussants who will come in immediately after his presentation, and I will introduce the discussants after the presentation. So over to you, Professor Lucorito.
It's already.
Just talk. Just talk to it.
All right. Good morning, colleagues. And as I've been introduced, I'm Cromwell Lucorito. I will choose to use this screen because the other one is very far away from my side. Just sharing a bit of perspectives with regard to this very critical matter around loss and the damage. And I'll want to use this presentation as a catalytic presentation. Catalytic in the sense that we want to prompt your input into what you perceive is the best approach for us where we come from, given a widespread vulnerability across the continent and the vast nature of the continent in terms of the differentiated impacts across our 5 sub-regions. We know very well that under changing climate, the frequency and severity of the adverse impacts of climate change is growing by day, and our governments, our nations are being predisposed to increase difficulties to manage the negative climate change impacts, whereby adaptation efforts being undertaken at present are helping us because we are still alive, but they are still falling further below meeting adequately the impacts that we are facing arising from a climate change. In some cases, we may not be having any adaptation issues at all. Next slide. And as we proceed, please keep your eye on the red issue, because it's the one that is setting limits for us in terms of interrogating our existing adaptation capacities. To what extent are we going? Why are we going to that level? Is it that we have adaptation strategies at hand which we have not deployed? Or do we need adaptation plans and measures which are not there at our reach to define the soft and the hard adaptation limits? But even with that, we still have cases where we may not be able to have the issue oh, you want to navigate with this?
Yeah.
No, I just was wanted a pointer. All right, thank you very much for that clarification. So we have then the extent to which the soft and the hard adaptation limits are then going. And therefore, we have what we can avoid, calling for investments, then what we can do, which can be unavoided, and the unavoidable, a kind of a scenario. And looking at that graphic, we see that there is definitely a zone in which we find ourselves being unable to manage some residual impacts, what we may call the precursor of the residual risks. And these results and residual impacts are the ones, indeed, we are concerned about, because they are the ones that will translate into losses and what? And the damages. So we are beginning to frame then the preconditionalities of even tapping into that particular fund. Can we have evidence then that surely this is the best limit we can go in terms of adaptation? They are also presenting residual risks and projected future climatic scenarios. The history is putting us there. But even when we envision the future, we still see a lot of potential for growing residual risks going forward. And the consequences are, of course, dire for us in Africa because of our underlying vulnerability context. Already we are vulnerable. So any add-on arising from increased warming only serves to exacerbate Africa's condition. And therefore, understanding how the past have evolved, how the present is shaping, and what the projected residual risks becomes very key to efficient and effective management of any losses, any damages that our adaptation interventions that we are already invoking cannot sufficiently abate or even avoid. And therefore, this understanding will deliver knowledge, yes, that will form a basis for integration of these loss and damage issues into our national and subnational development plans, national, subnational policy instruments, including the nationally determined contribution. All this, of course, is very, very critical, but we must recognize the fact that these residual impacts will lead to negative shocks that are, one, by definition, irreversible, or they could be irreversible, but in some cases they may be repairable, and in others they may be irreparable. And those will be the underpinnings of losses and damages as differentiating. And this type of residual impacts are what we are looking at, the issue of damage. When we are looking at the reduction or lost harvest, for example, in agriculture, and the damaged infrastructure, etc. When we talk of the residual impacts, we see also arising from the adaptation limits, as we saw, being exceeded. And these residual impacts lead to negative shocks that are both, as I've mentioned, irreversible and irreparable. That is indeed where the loss will actually be able to come to. But the question is, are we as Africa able to unlock this much celebrated fund? Because that is our concern. It's not about even our suffering, but are we able to be assisted to breach the losses that we have undergone, the damages that we have undergone? We know that loss and damage fund serves as an important move. We appreciate it towards mitigating losses and damages that are due to climatic conditions. But how sure are we that the current losses we are undergoing, the current damages that we are undergoing, are truly as a result of the climatic stresses? That's a big question which we need an answer, because the fund is not just going to flow because we have been affected. We must demonstrate the level of our investment towards the base adaptation investments, saying that our limit is overstretched. And therefore, what we can manage is what we are now releasing or offloading to the fund to help us rehabilitate, to help us reconstruct, etc. That is important. And therefore, we need a lot of attribution studies. Minus those ones where our case is weak, because we must isolate the real driver of the loss and damage. We are talking about this fund targeting countries or localities which are bound to be affected by climate change in ways which they cannot avoid or reverse. That again tells us something, that unless we put up a case, then we may only be able to celebrate others getting supported from the loss and damage fund. And therefore, the issue of evidence, I still emphasize, is very, very important. I'm reliably informed that around this COP, we had another pledge coming in from Sweden, amounting to around 19 million US dollars. Whether it's true or not, but I'm reliably informed. Yes, I don't have a source to adequately quote. I was not in the rooms, but I'm informed, right? So this fund is now expected to start financing projects in 2025, just next year. So the challenge to us is, how prepared are we, right, to be able to be considered for this particular fund? The fund is not going to dish. It is going to do what? To identify projects which are worthy of support, right? And to apply then for the loss and damage fund, developing countries, which are of course the beneficiaries, a typical need to submit a proposal. Yeah, a proposal. And as we write project proposals elsewhere, we must consider unlocking of this loss and damage fund as another project. So it must be given a project-based approach, where we must put up a case. Otherwise, we may not be able to tap into it. And the proposal should outline the respective countries' specific needs for assistance related to losses and damages caused by climate change. I emphasize the fact of attribution. Then it will then call for us to quantify the losses, to quantify the damages, because you are actually making a claim. Yeah? And all those facts then need to be in place. And to be able to support Africa along this trajectory, the Africa Climate Policy Center found it necessary to develop a framework in which capacity enhancement for African countries is going to be undertaken for them to be able to adequately prepare for this particular fund, right from the point of view of the proposal drafting. And SCPC has commissioned a study, and this study is supposed to do the baseline preparatory work upon which capacity development will now be based. SCPC cannot do the capacity development, will only facilitate, and therefore it must have its blueprint on paper, of which the consultants who will undertake the actual capacity development should be able to operate in. And this study is meant to develop technical guidelines to start with, to help us understand Africa's risk context from the sub-regional perspective. Africa is comprised of 5 sub-regions. So we need to put on some finer lens to look at each of the 5 sub-regions and do some risk assessments, including, of course, the long-term risk assessments of climate change impacts. We also are expected to conduct a gap analysis of existing information, any guidelines that exist, tools and methodologies for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage at various levels. So these, of course, because we want to recommend finally guidelines that are operational in the context of Africa, we need then to undertake some base studies to underpin that situational analysis sort of. And finally here, we need to develop tools and methods for assessing the loss and damage itself. Because how do we make sure we are using common approaches across the 5 sub-regions for us to be able to put up a case? We must then be having standardized tools and methods that we shall employ upon our countries to use to assess the loss and damage. The other ones are continuation, supposed to be D. After we do that, then we need to develop technical guidelines on approaches to avert, minimize, and address loss and damage that is associated with the identified risks from the risk assessments. That is very critical because, again, we need to standardize our methodologies. Finally, we need to develop guidelines and tools for integrating these loss and damage issues into our national planning and policy-making processes. And the common denominator here is our nationally determined what? Contribution. That forms a fantastic basis for embedding these particular approaches. And the output of this study will contribute the achievement of the SCP's vision, because SCPC is there to make Africa's development sustainable, inclusive, and climate resilient, based on the mission of influencing, strengthening, and enabling the transition to climate resilient development in the continent through responsive policies, plans, and programs towards transformed economies, healthy ecosystems, and human well-being. So those are the aspirations of SCPC. So out of this study, we want to see how the outcome or outputs will influence this statutory requirement of SCPC as it was crafted. So the outputs are as such. We need technical guidelines for climate impact risk assessments. We need tools and methods for assessing loss and damages. We need tools for mainstreaming. That is indeed what all this investment has to do with. And we are currently now undertaking some methodological reviews that includes some forward-looking perspectives, providing detailed climate scenario-based risk analysis. We want to understand where we are. We want to also look at we want to vision. We want to look at, going forward, how the landscape is going to evolve. And here also, we want to embrace both synthesis of the practicality of both the top-down and bottom-up approaches being integrated into this risk assessment. Bottom-up meaning, can we have sufficient data and evidence to trigger the process from country-level processes? Or where they are lacking, can we look at it from an entire sub-regional perspective? Those are a bit of the thoughts that we are trying to do a lot of analysis to see how best we can be able to go around this particular issue. And this assessment is going to be anchored on one of the popularly known diagram framework of the IPCC AR5 cycle, which will provide to us a logical framing for the risk assessment, where it envisions risk as an interaction of vulnerability, exposure, and hazard. And all these sound simple, but they are heavily demanding on data. Yes, it's easier to mention, but when it goes to unpacking, then you find that it's considerable investment being required. And the climate-related risk results, of course, from some physical events, which we are calling now the hazard, intercepting with exposed and vulnerable system. And here, it could be community where you operate, or the ecosystems in our domain, but we may look at them perhaps from this larger scale view from a national perspective, if not a basin perspective, or even a REC perspective, or a sub-regional perspective. So we intend to develop methodological approaches to be used to assess the three components of risk at sub-regional level in Africa. We want to look at the sub-regions as our base analysis units. And finally, on the basis of our findings, we shall recommend methodology for conducting integrated risk assessment. Because we shall come from these components, but how do we then composite this particular risk to give us a value that we can be able to map? So the methodologies, of course, will be required for each of those particular elements around hazard, around vulnerability, which will be decomposed into sensitivity issues and adaptive capacity related issues within those target basins that we are looking about. So our biggest investment is going to lie in the risk isolation. Because if the risk is well isolated, we can now be able to see to what extent are we adapting to that specific risk, what are we unable to adapt to, and that is what we are really interested in offloading to the fund. And we shall use a 10 point or 10-step scale. I like this diagram. But we are currently investing heavily in trying to interrogate what is it that will drive these particular levels in terms of data. Because conceptualizing can be very easy. It's a dream. But whether the dream can be walked is another issue. So you want to see to what extent we have data to help us do the scoping of the risk, selecting of the periods for the assessments, identification and selection of indicators for the risk assessments, quantification and measurement of the indicators themselves. How do we normalize those indicators for comparative purposes? How do we assign the relative weighting? Then a lot of impact studies also are being undertaken so that we can have a basis for weighting these particular issues. We also want to look at how do we aggregate these indicators, how do we rank and categorize those particular indicators on spatial units, then how do we present those particular indicators, and what are really, therefore, the drivers of risk that we need, especially to feed into our adaptation investments. So we are really looking at damages at two levels. We want to look at the direct damages as well as the indirect damages, which may be spin off from the cascading nature of the risks that we shall have identified. We want to consider the entire spectrum of the risk issues. So we want to see, therefore, the issue of data availability. That will inform the depth to which we shall be able to go. And here we want to see, because we are thinking, and this is subject to your input, basing this at economy-wide level of assessment, where we may need to have two layers of data, looking at issues around the drivers then of these particular issues around the damages, first of all, and the economic sectors. We may still expand that particular list to see how best we continue. The second layer will, of course, call for additional information which we may be able to capture through a much broader range of indicators, whereby the top-down assessments will be best structured then around the indicators that we have been talking about. So the categorization of losses will be based around the values. What values are we attaching to whatever losses? Is it about human mobility? Is it about territorial integrity issues? Is it about cultural heritage and indigenous knowledge issues? Is it about life and health, biodiversity ecosystem services, or a sense of place or social cohesion, and so on? So work is underway to synthesize appropriate indicators, explore data availability, including looking at institutional sort of arrangements, because if they are not right, then whatever kind of sustainable data that we may require going forward as a basis for quantifying the loss and damage will indeed be an issue. So those are just a few highlights, like I said, that I wanted to share so that I can prompt you to come out of where you are based on your experiences, your lived experiences, to see how best do we strengthen this approach so that SCPC can have then a basis that will be fit for the purpose in preparing African countries to tap into the operationalized and capitalized loss and damage fund. So thank you very much, and I'm open now, James, for us to engage on this issue around how do we prepare ourselves as Africa to take advantage of this particular fund. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah, let's give Professor Lukorito a big round of applause. So as you can see, this is quite a complex subject with significant implications for our ability to access the loss and damage fund. We have heard that the developments in attribution science still need to be supported, particularly with data that is capable of linking actual losses and damages to the impacts of climate. And the complexity of this is that the debate is also around the institutional and policy capabilities to build resilience in order to avoid impacts. What this means is that impacts can be attributed to the inability of existing institutions and policies to prevent losses and damages, in which case those losses and damages are attributable to other processes than to climate. And that's a huge challenge for Africa, because in many instances, in fact, we do not have institutional and policy capacities to manage or to build resilience to vulnerabilities. So thank you very much for bringing those issues, Professor Lucorito. But as the presentation also detailed, there is work underway to update the original model-based work on linking climate impacts to climate models, prediction models, but also to observed impacts on the ground. And this work needs to be accelerated. And I think what you are asking for is for everyone to be involved in contributing enriching this work, but also ensuring that whatever tools and methods are developed become available to member states and are usable by any of the member states for them to not only access the fund, but to be able to use those methods to build their own resilience. Before we open the session to discussion, we have two discussants with us today. First, we have my brother Julius Ngoma. He's actually here in the room now. Julius is the coordinator of the Civil Society Climate Change Network of Malawi, but also a member of the Malawi delegation to COP, and a lead negotiator on loss and damage. And then also joining us online, we have Marco Masibo. And Marco is the Early Warning and Risk Knowledge Coordinator of the UNDRR. Unfortunately, he could not be with us, but Marco, we see you. So perhaps we can give you, Marco, the first opportunity to respond to the presentation by Professor Lucorito, but also tell us about some of the approaches that are emerging in UNDRR. We are aware that a couple of weeks ago, UNDRR in fact convened a regional meeting in Windhoek in Namibia to advance thinking about building resilience, but also contribute towards the development of risk management approaches in Africa. So you have the floor, Marco, maybe 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and very much happy to participate to this important meeting on reflecting on the loss and damage fund, the Santiago network that also UNDRR is participating with UNOPS, and to share some of our activity related to that. As you mentioned a few weeks ago, we completed the regional platform for disaster risk reduction as the major events in Africa occurring every 3 years, conveying large part of stakeholders from, of course, the government side, but the regional economic community, the Continental Authority, African Union, academia, research, stakeholders, the civil society, where we try to highlight what are the urgent new topics rising for disaster risk reduction. And of course, as you mentioned, the loss and damage is one of them as part of the agenda. The loss and damage was also part of one of our 3 plenary, and also part of many of the high-level events that we have, where we address loss and damages in the continent and how the continent can benefit for the loss and damage funds, and also how this Santiago network that I just wanted to call is a network of expertise and experts and organization that will assist the loss and damage funds to deliver technical assistance and capacity building to the different countries. Our work in UNDRR on disaster losses, it comes, for far. We have been working on disaster loss data collection for many years in the continents, especially supporting country in registering data and on losses. It's very important that we collect those information, as it's very difficult to manage what we don't know, as we usually say. So we need to understand and estimate what are the damages, what are the sectors that are more affected, what are the region in our community that are more affected, more exposed to country, to prioritize the small resources that unfortunately are always available for disaster risk reduction. We have been working on capacity building, of course, on supporting government organization to collect new data and new information. We develop also tools. This inventory, I think, is a very much well-known tool that can support country in registered data on losses and damages. It is widely used. One of our recent study on the use of this inventory, the use of disaster loss data connection in the country, show that is a tool that is used, not the same level for our country. We have some countries that are using it very extensively, and they have very solid disaster loss data set. Some countries, they are still at the beginning of the use, but in general, it's a big value of information that we have available in the country. This studies really much highlighted the diversity of database that we have in Africa. In terms not only of the consistent of data that are available, but also in terms of what are the sectors that are also the sector they are studies, the data for the sector they are studies. This one means that there is a potential also to leverage on the country that are more advanced in Africa to learn for what their experience, and also to exchange good practice among the countries in disaster loss data. We also learned that it is good to look at the losses that we had in the past. It's fundamental. We need to know what was been the impact of disaster into the continent in the past, but also we need to look at the future. Unfortunately, not all what has been occurring in the past will repeat in the exact way in the future, and there are different drivers that we need to consider. Of course, the climate crisis is one of them. It's very important. We have region in Africa that will be more and more affected by the climate crisis, but also African community are very rapidly changing. We have a big demographic growth, we have a big urbanization, we have hopefully also socioeconomic development one. That means we need to protect the asset in Africa to a large extent. For this one, and we knew in DRR, we also propose and we are supporting country to develop the risk profile. The risk profile, it look not only in the past, what are the risks on the past, what has been the impact on the past, but try to project this one also in the future, considering the change of the climate, but also consider the change of the society in terms of urbanization, in terms of demographic. And unfortunately, when this, and also in terms of vulnerability as well, different vulnerability that we have. When all this factor interact, unfortunately, the risk landscape, it changes a lot. It is not only the climate crisis that is producing the increasing the impact, but also we have the dynamic of the over society that are changing the risk landscape. And this is important that we can take into account. So my message here that I want to highlight, it is important to collect the data on losses that we have registered in the past, but also we need also to look at what will be the losses predicted in the future. Because this one are going to change, and today we have tools and methodology that we can estimate a range of expected impact due to climate change, due to socio-economic projection. And if you allow me, I want just to reflect on the one last things. That was one important message as well on the regional platform. is today in Africa we also have stronger and with more capacity regional organization. We talk about the African Union, the regional economic community. They are a very big asset to support country in disaster loss data collection and also in mainstreaming policy on DRR. This one is a long journey, started more than 10 years ago. But today, regional organization and regional initiative are very important for supporting the country. So to bring together the same voice is very important. The COP, as you see here, the Africa COP, African Union is on the lead, but also on the operational level. Just naming a few, we have the African Multi-Agile Early Warning Action System, which is led by the African Union. We as UNHCR, we are supporting. It's a very concrete tool that country can use to support their capacity in developing early warning system. There is a couple of events at the COP last week that also presented the MOS, the African Multi-Agile Early Warning System, as an asset of Africa to leverage on, to use as an accelerator of development of early warning system in Africa. I also want to mention the Network of Center of Excellence for DRR. This is an initiative that we as UNDRR, we are promoting and facilitating in the country. There's a network of research academia center. We're now working mostly on early warning system, but the idea is also to expand to other component of the DRR. And the academic and research network, it's very important because we have there the expertise and the capacity also to assist the government and country to reduce the damage and losses. And those are residence capacity that is very important to leverage. So just in conclusion, the Loss and Damage Fund will highly rely on the Santiago network, which is this center at the global level, this secretary at the global level that will facilitate the demand from the country and let me say the offer from the Loss and Fund. There is a residence capacity also in Africa to support the country. And we all hope in UNDRR that this residence capacity will be used in supporting country in improving and reducing the loss and damage in our community. And with this, thanks, Charles, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and I will be here for any question and also for eventually contributing to the other discussion that is ongoing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, let's give Marco a round of applause. I'm sure he can hear us. So Marco, thank you very much for that presentation and for pointing out some of the work that the UNDRR is developing around the tools to assist decision making, the historical data compilation, but also the modeling of future impacts, as well as the development of risk profiles. And as you say, I think very importantly, profiles that are capable of taking into consideration dynamics that go beyond just the climate crisis, because these are vulnerability is interlinked with other variables and other factors. But also, I think you do point out the existing early warning systems and how they can contribute to this thinking about loss and damage. Thank you, Marco. And yes, please, if you can stay online so we can have a conversation after our next discussant. So Julius, please, if you can join us at the podium and give us your response and your perspective. Julius is also participating in the negotiations. So in addition to talking about the methodological and other approaches to contribute to developing our capacities to access the fund, perhaps you could also update us on the status of the negotiations on loss and damage. Thank you. The podium is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, James. Can you hear me? Just, all right. Thank you. Thank you, James and Professor, and my fellow discussant online, and good morning, colleagues. So let me start by saying that I want to acknowledge the fact that this subject, I think we've taken quite some time, particularly to raise a concern about the global community coming to an agreement in terms of what loss and damage would mean, or what it means to everyone, which actually underscores the fact that we need still to understand what it means to say loss and damage. It's both at the technical, political level, and even when you consider the communities themselves, they also need to actually get to the understanding. It's more challenging when we consider understanding it at political level and the technical, because this is why we're here every year discussing what we need to do about this subject and what needs to happen next. Someone else yesterday was reminding us that I think it's more challenging for us at the technical level to understand and agree on this. But when you go to the communities themselves, they will tell you what loss and damage is. And because they are the ones that are actually experiencing the losses and damages, and they know what needs to happen, and they know how they can be assisted and how they can be supported. And based on that, that fact, I wanted to just say that I think the study that is being talked about here, I think is timely, and I remember us as Civil Society Network on Climate Change, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and others have been, engaging year in, year out for the past 2 or 3 years to call for studies on different aspects, particularly on how to assess losses and damages, both economic and non-economic, but also how to quantify losses and damages, both economic and non-economic. And it has been coming very clear that it's very difficult to actually quantify non-economic losses and damages. So I feel the study that we want to undertake should also take a deep dive into what non-economic losses and damage would mean in terms of assessing them, but also quantifying, so that we are on a, at a level playing field with all other aspects of understanding loss and damage. Yeah. So, James and colleagues, I would want to say that it's very important as we are advancing this. We also need to help colleagues here at the international forum, like the UNFCCC, to come up and agree on a definition for loss and damage. This is exactly entirely what is taking us backwards every time we come here for a discussion, because we can't advance issues to do with financing, because everyone else says we don't know what you're talking about, what loss and damage would mean, and so on and so forth. So you can't talk about issues to do with technical assistance, as we talked about. I think my colleague talked about Santiago network on loss and damage, because there are certain elements that still needs to be understood and be ironed out. So I think it is very important, even at this level, that we actually come up with that definition, and this is what in most of the rooms we are trying to do. Let's understand each other what this loss and damage is. How do we ensure that the Santiago network on loss and damage helps us in the countries, but that will need methodologies, we need all those studies to be done. And I also wanted to say that since you also asked me about negotiations here, there's an there are two elements to it that are at play here. The first one is the reporting from the board to the COP on the 3 meetings that have happened regarding the loss and damage, funding for responding to loss and damage. Since it was set up, now what is needed is to ensure that the fund is fully operationalized by ensuring that we have a fund that is structured in a way that should be able to respond to the needs and priorities of different countries, particularly in the developing world. So that is something that is ongoing. Reports are being submitted, but I think what is at stake is how do we want to operationalize this fund to be able to resonate to the nature of the subject itself. Being broad, should it be a fund that can only address or respond to rapid onset or events and so on, and that will require all of us, particularly also relying on the researchers, to even assist, and even the civil society, to assist the board to understand what kind of structure we need to operationalize by next year that should be able to respond to the needs of the people. And having said that, we've also, I think, as you've also rightly indicated, the pledges that are coming to the fund itself is something that we also is being talked about in the rooms. It's a disappointment that it's only one country that has been able to come forward to pledge 19 million, but then this is a fund that requires more money than 19 million. And yesterday we had an event and someone was actually recording to say, you know what, for the money that is given at the moment, which is about 750 million or so since last year, if you want to do direct transfers or payments to people, giving them about $750 each household, you're only gonna make 1,000 payments, and that's all. The fund is, is actually diminished or depleted, which doesn't make sense, because we are actually giving a case study of Malawi where one of our partners, Give Directly, is actually giving $750 US per household to those that were affected by climate-related events. And that means only 1,000 payments, you are done with the fund, and that is something that is not, called for. So we need to, we're still strengthening the call for, parties to, particularly those in the developed countries, to come forward and be able to make pledges that would actually be meaningful and even resonate or align to this, to the scale of the damages that we're meeting. Otherwise, those are some of the points that I wanted to raise. Available, we can have a discussion. If I've missed anything, let me know through questions. I can also respond to that. Thank you, James, and all for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Julius. You have made some very pertinent points and observations, especially adding the question of how we can include the quantification of non-economic losses in the methodology, as well as the tools that are being developed. That's a particularly difficult one. Particularly given the fact that the response as contained in the structure of the fund is to compensate losses and damages financially. And so how do you put a financial quantum to non-economic, to non-financial losses, such as cultural losses or psychological losses, or even to human life? So this is a very challenging issue that you have brought up. And then, of course, turning to the negotiations, I really think that studies such as this can be a very big contribution towards achieving a common understanding of what constitutes loss and damage, towards getting that. Part of the reason why there is no common definition is precisely what Professor Lucorito talked about regarding attribution. And once we get the attribution science correct, I think we can very quickly move towards a common definition. But as you say, also these complicated conversations around how to operationalize the fund, what structure it is going to have, what types of responses, and also what kind of funds are going to be mobilized to go into the fund. As I understand it, currently the fund is hosted by the World Bank, and the World Bank charges 25% of the fund for the hosting, which means if you have 750 million already what is 20%, 25% of 750? 250? Around 250 million, right, is already being paid just for the hosting. And then, of course, the rest will be operational expenses. So there is no money. And then your observation that if households were to be compensated at $750 per household for climate, that you would only compensate 1,000. So it shows you that the 750 million really is insignificant. We thought a good start had been made at COP28, but there's been very little progress since then. And I think the urgency is quite self-evident. So anyway, with that, let's say once again acknowledge the inputs of our panelists and our presenter, and open this for comments, questions, observations. Any comments or questions? So I have one request for the floor there.
Alors donc, d'abord, merci aux trois panélistes pour...
thanks to the three panelists for the great inputs, for their great delivery. I have two questions. My first question to Professor Dorico. I hope I do not mispronounce your name. In your presentation, you have elaborated on the ACPC institution that should help to assess the loss and damages. We know that one of the mission of the UNDR is to put forward the capacity of the countries to assess loss and damages. What is the link between the UNDR and this institution, the ACPC? This is the question for you. The expert from the UNDDR, he has talked about the methodology to assess loss and damages. I would like to better know this methodology and those tools to assess the loss and damage related to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you pass the microphone to the gentleman in front here, please? S'il vous plaît. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je remercie
Thanks.
le pavillon Africa.
Thanks to the African Pavilion. And I would like to express my gratitude to the panelists.
Mon nom est Alajouk, je suis du Sénégal.
I am Alajouk. I'm coming from Senegal, Ministry of Infrastructure and Air Transport. My questions are about the methodology that we African people have implemented to leverage those funds about loss and damage, to assess our methodology, to see if this methodology is doing all right, is working. The funds, the financing about loss and damages are not available to sort out the dysfunctioning that we have elaborated on.
Jerry Jeff. Any other questions? So I have two. Yes, sir, and then we'll come to you. Let me bring the microphone.
Yeah, now thank you very much for the enlightening presentations. Just a few thoughts. One, in terms of the definition of loss and damage, maybe particularly from the African context, I think it will be important just to carry out some study to see how best that can be done. And the other key issue is really the support for African countries in terms of the various technical support that is required. I mean, for South Africa, the issue around an integrated monitoring system where we will be able to document all the losses and the damages that are associated with the extreme event. And I wanted to check if maybe there is such an availability of support that can be tapped into to see how best we can start working on such systems. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga baba. Actually, I think that we have quite a few questions and many requests for the floor. Maybe I'll let the panelists respond to these and then we'll have another round, if that's acceptable. So please hold on to your questions. And let me start with the issue around the link between the ACPC and the UNDRR. And then I'll allow Marco to come in. So the ACPC, the African Climate Policy Center, is a policy center of the UN system located in the UN Economic Commission for Africa and created with a mandate from African heads of state to actually support African states to build resilient economies by integrating weather and climate information into policy formulation on the continent. It actually came into existence in 2009 and it focuses only on climate, weather and climate information and policy. While UNDRR, particularly after the Sendai framework, is in fact, has a much broader mandate which includes supporting the development of disaster risk management systems that go beyond climate change. However, the UN system itself also has mechanisms to ensure internal coordination and collaboration and synergies between the work of all of the different agencies and the Secretariat. But Marco, I will allow you to respond to some of the questions as they have come, and then we'll come back to Julius and finish with the professor. Marco, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the questions. Let me just try to respond to the one on the methodologies. I think was both on touching on point. So, as a UNDRR, we are developing a system and a methodology that is called Desinventar. So Desinventar is an open source system. In Africa, is almost half of the country they are using it. It's going under renovation, but it's still a very good technological solution that guides the country also, the country can use in recording disaster and losses. This one goes aspect also together with the methodology, with some technicality. In the past, we have been providing training on this. So UNDRI is always ready for interest countries to provide capacity development on the implementation and use of this inventory as a system for disaster loss data collection in the countries. So this one, I think, is definitely one of the possibilities. Besides that, for major disaster, we also work with the UNDP on the post-damage need assessment, which also contain a methodology on connecting disaster losses and damage. I would say that this inventory is more a system to record the damages. PDNA is small methodology. It also allow you to estimate, especially the economic losses. The economic losses is something that's more difficult to assess. So I would definitely consider a PDNA as one of the methodology to use. As well for this one, UNDP, and we are also working with that. We can provide capacity building on this. I want also to mention in terms of methodology for assessing future damage and losses. So this is the one for recording what happened in the past, how we record, how we estimate the damage. But there are several methodologies that we can use to assess the future. I mean, in this one, there's no one to serve all. There are different solutions with different also capacity in there. In general, they can be divided in two big categories. One is a scenario based, so we suppose the climate will go like this, the urbanization will go like this, double the different impact, how the risk profile will change. Or also we have another more sophisticated technology and methodology that is allowed to consider several different scenarios and bring all the scenario together with a different uncertainty, because we don't know what the climate actually will be in the future. We have different possibilities. So there are also other methodology that is called the probabilistic methodology that will consider different possible scenario that can occur into the future. This second part is the more broader, the more complete, and is the one that we have been using. And I can send a link where we have the risk profile under this methodology for 16 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. My French is not so good, so the first question I didn't catch, but I understand for the question on African Climate Policy Center that has been already a response. But otherwise, I would need to have a little bit more translation for the first question, as with my French, I didn't pick that.
Okay, thank you, Marco. We can get back to that, but let's give our panelists here an opportunity. Julius.
I think just one question, not a question such, but just to also contribute to the issue of definition. I think I totally agree to what has been suggested. I think we need more of the studies. We need more of conversation, and I think rapid kind of processes that can help us to understand what loss and damage is, and then put up a definition that we can actually, all of us, agree to, and then be able to move forward. Minus that, I think we'll have a lot of challenges. You've seen how the issue of climate finance has evolved over the years. It has been also the same issue of not having a recognizable definition or agreed upon definition within the UNFCCC, so that we are not able to relate to what, all of us are not able to relate to what we want to get by what it means to say climate finance. And now this is the same challenge. So we need to push for this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from my end, I will want to address the concern from our colleague around an integrated monitoring system, which in my view will be the ultimate, because in this single startup study, it is not possible to pull everything in one basket. But we want to deliver the first, the low-hanging fruit first, to see how the parties can be able to quantify the losses and damages, whether on economic or non-economic basis, as it was highlighted much earlier. But the ultimate is now to go into another phase. It may not be necessarily by the first team, by an expanded team that will bring into one basket a tool that will address that integration in terms of putting it where practical in an interactive mode, allowing for real-time interaction of various data sets and streaming various message streams that the user group will be interested in, on losses, on damages, on the risks based on the hazard levels, calling for dynamic interaction with the climate models, so that we can have a one-stop shop to address the concerns around risks and the associated impacts, together with the probable losses and damages, especially when we are looking into the future. Because the present, we know it. Yeah, we can put up claims. But what about the future? We need to be doing something in terms of anticipation and preparation for the same. And that is the direction that we feel we must get to. About the workability of the current methodologies, yes, that is part of the study. We are interrogating various methodological approaches, including the UNISDR, a kind of methodologies, the tools that they have, and so on, and see how we can come up with a unified approach that reflects the Africa's data context and institutional settings, because we can have very good frameworks, but how to operationalize them in our context can still be another barrier, yeah, in our way. So once that is done, then we raise the flag on what is it that we require in terms of institutional support, so that issues around weather and climate observation infrastructure becomes key. The early warning issues then will also become key, and all those must find a convergence around this integrated system that we are talking about. It's not linear, it's not straightforward, but somehow investments must begin going into that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now we'll go into our second round. I have 4 requests for the floor. So let me start from the back and then come to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the presenters for the insights you've given us. Mine is around using the data that comes out of this work to support resource mobilization. How do we think through, especially for Africa, designing funds for loss and damage that are, are grant-based, because communities on the front line, they hardly, get the enough support. And I think Julius has given us the statistics of, households and how minimal support they get in terms of money. So how do we think through innovative sources of funding, or designing funds that are able to support these communities? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tim Concannon, Africa Confidential. I have two questions, but they're related. So, the BBC recently interviewed Ibrahima Chikdiong, the loss and damage boss. It seems as though the money's not in the bank. So I just wondered if the panel had a reaction to that. But I have a follow-up question. Loss and damage was a rallying cry for activists for the last couple of years. And this was linked to the Black Lives Matter movement. It was linked to calls for reparations generally, including the return of looted African artworks. But now you've achieved this major, major landmark. This is the only pot of money that there is in this whole process, although apparently it's not in the bank. Even though you've achieved this, from the discussion today, it sounds very complicated, that you need a lot of technical thought and technical help. There are thousands of activists, including from the global north, at this event. They're not here. So I just had a question, which is, do you have any message for your allies who may have drifted on to other topics such as Palestine?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Gift from Malawi. Pretty much my question relates to what is asking, that I think there's been a lot of activism towards the creation of the fund for a long time. And now that last year it was realized, and now it appears that Africa, as we are speaking now, we seem not to be ready amongst ourselves. And moving forward, is there an assurance that if the fund goes into the bank account today, are we ready to be able to access it? Because there are a lot of studies, a lot of discussions also going on, entering that maybe we are not ready to receive the funding if it's going to be there. The second question, therefore, is also looking at the timeframes in relation to the previous question, that the studies that are going on, the discussions that are underway in Africa, do we have timelines as to when are we going to finish? Because the studies can be there for the next 5 years, even 10 years, similar to COP, that have been there for many years. What coordination mechanism do we have to ensure that this is not taking us forever while we are still grappling about the definition and so on and so forth, and also mechanisms and coordination, as it were? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Marta. My question is to Marco. You mentioned Desinventa, which is a very good database. I used it some time back. The thing is, some of the columns are empty. This is admin level data, disaggregated, which is really, really useful, especially now in light of the LND discussion. So I'm just wondering, what are some of the challenges you face, and does it have enough funding, and what are your plans around that? Because I think it's one of the most important tools for Africa when it comes to accounting for loss and damage. That being said, I have a couple of observations, if you can indulge me. One is on the mention of the non-economic costs. When we speak, I wish we could also highlight on the gender aspect of it, especially when it comes to gender-based violence. Yeah? Because that doesn't come immediately to mind, I think, when people are discussing non-economic cost. The other observation is on the FIF, the financial intermediary funds. The World Bank administers. LND, the loss and damage, is a FIF under the World Bank. But of course, there are evaluations done, especially from the Global Partnership for Education. And apart from what you mentioned, Dr. Murembedzi, on the admin cost, you also read on the evaluation that they are used for paying luxurious retirements for former World Bank employees and for flying business class from Washington, D.C. These are the things that the evaluations show. But more importantly, though the LND is going to have its own board, how independent will it be? Because past evaluations show that there is blocking of certain decisions from the board on operations and humanitarian, and these are the things that we need to watch out in our evaluation. It's just an observation.
Okay, thank you. Let's get back to our panel to see if we can respond. Okay, one more question and then we can come.
Bonjour. Moi, c'est...
Good morning. I'm Dufina Diaz. I'm a consulting advisor for the World Bank. I'm from Chad. Thanks a lot, first of all, for the panelists, for the quality of your presentations. And I would like to ask a question regarding the presentation. I heard that there is a methodology which is being implemented by the UNDDR for loss and damages. And at the World Bank, regarding the new standard 2018, we do not emphasize loss and damages. And I would like to know what is the strategy that we could, or let's say, how could we get closer to the UNDDR to benefit from capacity building, which leads to the assessment of loss and damages, and to help to strengthen for capacity building, because in Chad we've got a project linked to fight flooding, which is a result of climate change. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. So, colleagues, our next panel convening now. So I'd like to give our panelists just 1 minute each to quickly respond to some of the very significant questions that have come from the floor. Let me start with you.
Thank you for the questions. Just to appreciate them, and quickly, yeah, Martha, you have raised very, very good questions, and I've also heard a few about activism and moving forward, what we are doing. So let me start with the first one about is the money that is not yet in the bank. I think this has been a very a big question over and over, because I think it touches on the issue of what we call pledges and commitments. So we've had similar cases over and over again where developed countries come here and then they just pledge, but they do not commit. And this is a similar case with the funding for responding to loss and damage. Is something that we need to call for and call against, so that we see this money in the bank, but not just, you know, in form of pledges. We need countries to come forward and say, this is the money, and not just to be saying we are going to pledge money. Yeah, I think for the message that we need to send to our allies, let's continue, you know, pushing for a common cause. I think loss and damage, climate justice are things that we still need to build momentum on, regardless of whatever, you know, issue is happening somewhere. I think you mentioned about the issue of Palestine, but I think we still need to call for solidarity against and for this issue of loss and damage until we get to the end, because communities are actually suffering at the moment. As Gift has said, we take too long to actually act on things that are also even affecting more on the life and the livelihoods of the people. So we also take this as an issue of life and death, and let's push forward for this. Otherwise, I think the studies still needs to be concluded. I think in my intervention, I also requested the same, I think from the professor, that as we are doing this study, let's ensure that we have a timeline that can also help us to contribute to what the board are actually discussing at the moment, because they are trying to operationalize a fund, and these studies, they can help us to even make a very formal input into the process of defining different elements of the fund, and even how, what kind of, modalities that we need to put forward for in terms of, providing the financial resources to the communities out there. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Because we are under a lot of pressure for time. You can see they are standing up. So thanks, Julius. Marco, just one question that has not been addressed by Julius, which you would like to respond to. 1 minute, please.
Yes, no, I just would like to respond on this inventory. This inventory, yes, it's very true. As I said, the way that country are using is very different. So we have some countries are very good, and there is less empty table, entry column, empty entry. Some countries have a more challenge. So I think this is encouraging the fact there is the possibility to do that, and we need to continue to engage with the country on how to do that. In terms of the future, I usually say that this inventory is one of the most successful software that I've seen, because its theory is more than 10 years. Definitely need to be upgraded, and the plan is to upgrade. We are now working with companies and partners to upgrade the system to a new versions. Hopefully something will come in 2025. I just want to one comment very quickly that all this one does not prevent the funds to functioning. I mean, all this one will just provide more information to the country to support the project and so on. So none of this study are going to prevent the loss and damage fund to function and to implement and to work and to provide the assistance of the country. Just this one will just be more information that can support the technical assistance during the implementation. But definitely this one does not have to delay any implementation of the funds.
Thank you, Marco. Professor Lukorito, just one question
thanks.
which has not been addressed in 1 minute.
Yes.
I'll give you the last word. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Right. About resource mobilization, is critical that you must put up your climate rationale very clearly backed up with evidence. Second question about the timelines.
One question.
One line or a timeline which was more important for this congregation is that the assessment was informed by the need. So we are looking forward to next month to be ready with these tools that we require. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you very much to our panel. Please let's give them a final round of applause. And in terms of tracking the progress of the study, if you can visit the ACPC website, you will get information on the conceptualization, on the existing model going back to 2013, and on the progress of this study. And I believe the UNDRR website also has additional information on what is being done in terms of supporting the fund. But thank you once again to you colleagues for participating, all of your insights, and hopefully we can keep in touch on this very, very important topic. To the next panel, apologies for going over time, but as you can imagine, loss and damage is probably more important than what you are going to discuss.
and two body. Thank you.
D'accord. Okay. Africa Union, hein? Ok.
J'aimerais une bilatérale avec la commissaire et le chef de délégation.
C'est
Excellencies,
dear delegates, distinguished guests, good morning.
On behalf of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, I would like to welcome you all to this special site event. And first, I would like to thank the African Union and the technical team for giving us this Hello? 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 It's okay? It's okay. Huh? Yes, yes. I stop. Oh. Oh, okay. Once again, am I okay now? Okay. Once again, good morning everyone. Good morning, Honorable Minister from Juba. Good morning, Rita from Nairobi. Can you hear me? Okay.
Perfectly.
I'm hearing you also, Dr. Banak.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Okay, okay. Yeah, once again, on behalf of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management of the Republic of South Sudan, allow me to welcome you all to this special site event titled Intersection of Climate Shocks and Conflict Dynamic in South Sudan. The South Sudan is a country profoundly affected by the interplay of climate shocks and conflict dynamics. The nation characterized by a history of civil war and instability. It is increasingly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, which exacerbate existing tensions and threaten peace-building efforts. These side events attempt to explore the relationship between climate shocks, such as flood, droughts, and erratic rainfall, and the conflict dynamics in South Sudan, and underscoring the importance of addressing these intertwined challenges to foster sustainable peace and resilience. Climate shocks not only act as a trigger for conflict, but also sustain and prolong existing conflict in South Sudan. As resources become scarcer, communities resort to violence to protect their livelihoods, reinforcing cycle of retaliation and insecurity. This environment undermines peace-building initiatives, hampers humanitarian access, and obstruct effort to address the root causes of conflict and the impact of climate change. To dissect this link, today we will have a keynote speaker, Honorable Minister Albina Akol Atak, the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management of the Republic of South Sudan from Juba. After his speech, we will have a distinguished panel discussions, well selected from the national, the region, the African continent, and also globally. So without any further ado, I would like to call upon Honorable Minister Albino Akol Atak, Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, to officially open this discussion from his office in Juba. Minister, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banak, and thank you very much for all of you who are there. And actually, I greet you from Juba, South Sudan. Excellencies, distinguished and esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and privilege to address you at this crucial side event on climate shocks and the dynamic of conflict in South Sudan. I extend my sincere gratitude to all attendees and our partners who continuously support South Sudan resilience and peace-building journey. especially as we navigate the
It's okay. From there. You are disconnected, Minister.
So you're on mute. Honorable Minister, you're on mute.
Yes, they say you are muted, Minister.
Now it's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Once again, I greet you from Juba, South Sudan. Excellencies, distinguished esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to address you at this crucial site event on climate shocks and the dynamics of conflict in South Sudan. I extend my sincere gratitude to all attendees and our partners who continuously support South Sudan's resilience and peace-building journey, especially as we navigate the compounded challenges of climate change and conflict. As we gather at COP29, we recognize the immense impact of climate change shocks, mainly floods, droughts, and erratic rainfall that are increasingly shaping our conflict dynamics. South Sudan's story is one of resilience, emerging from years of civil unrest and yet facing climate-induced challenges that disrupt lives, displace communities, and strain our limited resources. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management of South Sudan, we have made notable strides despite being a relatively new institution. And this is because South Sudan have just gained its independence 13 years ago. Although we inherited some of institutions from old Sudan, but most of the institutions in South Sudan currently are new. One of our significant achievements is the development of early warning systems, which have become essential in helping our communities anticipate and respond to climate shocks. In addition, we have established disaster risk management committees at various levels, empowering local communities with the tools to manage risks and address climate vulnerabilities proactively. We are also on the cusp of enacting a comprehensive disaster bill, which will be instrumental in strengthening our legislation framework for disaster risk reduction, fostering coordination and building resilience at all levels. This bill represents a commitment to a safer, more resilient future, embedding climate adaptation and conflict prevention at the core of our national policies. Despite our achievements, we face formidable challenges. The frequency and intensity of climate shocks continue to strain our resources, triggering conflicts over water, grazing lands, and arable soil. These climate pressures displace populations, intensifying intercommunal tensions and creating competition that fuels further instability. Yet, within these challenges, we also see opportunities. South Sudan is embracing integrated approach that combine climate adaptation with peace building and anticipatory action. Our efforts to promote sustainable resources management, climate resilient agricultural practice, and inclusive dialogues are beginning to bear fruits, setting a foundation for peace in climate vulnerable areas. In closing, I call upon our international partners, donors, and fellow nations to join us in addressing the climate conflict nexus. Together, through shared resources, knowledge, and commitment, we can pave the way for a resilient South Sudan, a nation prepared to face the uncertainties of climate change and dedicated to achieving lasting peace. This year, ladies and gentlemen, climate change impacts have heavily affected our country. Up to now, almost 3 million people are affected by floods all over South Sudan. 1.4 are already outside of their homes. Roads have been destroyed, disconnecting the areas. The schools have been destroyed. Healthcare and hospitals have also been destroyed. Homes also have been destroyed. And crops, leave alone the effect on human and livestock in South Sudan. So this climate change shock on South Sudan is being felt heavily in South Sudan, especially this year. And we expect also to recur every year unless we put in place what we have just mentioned. With the support from international community, South Sudan will build its resilience that will save the people of South Sudan this side event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the eloquent speech, which both highlighted the progress made in legislation and a strong early warning, and as well as also underscoring the challenges that still the country faces to build resilient communities despite the progress made. We'll leave you there, and we'll come back to you later, Minister. Now, ladies and gentlemen, having heard from the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, I turn my focus now to our panelists for today. Our panelists composed of selected and tailored experts in their field. And without the order or protocol, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Ahmed Amdoun, the DRM Program Coordinator for ECPAC and IGAT. I would like you to take the floor, please. Dr. Ahmed. I also call upon Honorable Joseph Africano Bartel, the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of South Sudan. Honorable, you are welcome. I also call upon my brother Kofi Konan, the head of government services for East Africa and Southern Africa at the African Risk Capacity. Sir, you are welcome. Also, we have online our sister Rita Misal, UNDP Global Recovery Advisor Crisis Bureau, connecting from Nairobi, Kenya. Rita, you are most welcome. Dear delegates, you will see that the combination of this panel, you have heard from the minister. In a few minutes, we'll also go national to the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management, Joseph Bartel. African, you get me in Juba. Yeah, sorry. So, and then we will move regional. We'll go to ECPAC, IGAT, with Dr. Ahmed. And then follow by global. We'll go to Rita Michelle in Nairobi. And by the way, we have another panelist who will catch up later. Also, we go global with the UNDR, Bond Office. Our colleague, Enmash Komar, who will catch up later. So, to start with Honorable Joseph Africano Batel now. Given the increasing frequency of climate shocks and as floods and drought, what strategies is the ministry implementing to bolster climate resilience in South Sudan vulnerable communities? And how does the ministry plan to integrate climate adaptation with peace-building efforts, especially in regions where resources are scarce and conflict is rampant? Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Banak, for inviting me to take part in this very important side event discussing the issues, the impacts of climate change in our country. As we all know, South Sudan is one of the most impacted countries in terms of climate shocks. Droughts, flooding were ever there, but the frequency was at least 10 or 15 years. But now, these shocks are so frequent that since 2019, we have not had a stop from flooding. And as a ministry, we have developed our climate strategies in terms of NDCs, NAPAs, and NAP. With negligible emissions as our country is, we think that building the resilience of our people through adapting to climate change is one of the most viable strategies. Because without that, our people won't be able to sustain or live peacefully. At the moment, we have 8 states that have been impacted. And what we're trying to do as a ministry is to build the resilience of those people. So we have short-term, mid-term, and long-term strategies. In the short-term strategy, that will deal with humanitarian assistance, because when people are impacted, they resettle into higher grounds. So basic human needs like food, water, medicine are supposed to be supplied. But in the medium term, instead of only dealing with humanitarian, we need to have some planned relocation, because most of our lands in the affected areas are lowlands, or also called floodplains. So now we have to identify higher grounds, and in these higher grounds, our people have to move there and to be resettled in those grounds, such that they don't usually have to be impacted with these shocks. And since the main livelihood activity of those people are either livestock rearing or agriculture, we are now looking into investing more in smart agriculture. That's why the ministry has currently about 5 projects doing that. One, we have a project known as Strengthening the Capacity of Government and Communities to Adapt to Climate Change that we are implementing with UNDP. Second, we have another project on watershed management, also with UNDP, 10 million each. Now we are developing a climate adaptation and resilience project, 10 million project with FAO and also with IFAD. And it's only about $40 million. But these projects are only taking some counties, not the whole country. That's why when we come to the COP, we'd like to see to it that more funding is availed such that all these projects are replicated in all the affected areas in South Sudan. The minister earlier said something about early warning. What we are doing as a ministry right now is developing the capacity of our Med department. We have a $1 million project with ICPAC, such that we develop an early warning system within country, such that we'll also be able to inform our people before time. Yes, this year, the government, because of the information that we received earlier, were able to put up some preparedness. But again, the lack of funding is one thing that we'd like to look into. On trying to get climate and security sensitive projects, we think that when people move to particular areas, we have to map whether they are pastoralists or agriculturalists, because the conflict usually comes in terms of access to water, access to agricultural land, and access to pasture. So if we plan properly and try to make sure that there are areas that are only for livestock and will be area for agricultural production, that will minimize the conflict. But because of climate change, we also have to start moving into intensive land use management, whereby we can start now getting all systems in place, like agro, silver, pastoralism. When the land are small, we put all those systems in place such that we'll be able to get pasture or for grazing our animals, wood for fuel, and also agriculture for crops. So turning our strategies to ensure that we build our important. And when we are here, the only thing that is the Achilles tendon on us is the lack of finance. So a country like ours requires at least $100 billion until 2050 for the net zero dream that we have. So that's why this COP is very important. We have to look into the new collective quantified goal, quantum to be in the trillions, and also try to make sure that the adaptation fund, which is only having voluntary donations, should be part of the new collective goal. Loss and damage, because our people have also been impacted, has to be there such that we also access those funds in order for them to rebuild their lives. So I leave it there for now, then I'll be able to come and answer some questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Under Secretary. So despite that you are handful, you have a lot of projects, more than 5 projects, yet still the gap and the coverage is still a huge gap. And according to your conclusion, South Sudan requires $1 billion US. 100 billion US dollars. I hope South Sudan will contribute into that one. So now we turn to the region. Dr. Ahmed of IGAD, you have heard the minister from South Sudan. He narrated a couple of progress, but still there are some gray areas, challenges. I know that you have 3 big questions, but let me just release you from the other 2. What do you think that IGAD can do to address the issue that raised by the Honorable Undersecretary and the Minister? And what initiatives are already in the pipeline that you think can yield fruits at the end of the tunnel? Dr. Ahmed, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Banak, and thank you very much also for inviting IGAD. And it is a pleasure, actually, to contribute to these interesting conversations by His Excellency the Minister, as well as His Excellency the Honorable Mr. Bartel. Colleagues, IGAD is there, actually, from the birth of South Sudan, particularly supporting the peace process.
As we speak, we have a special envoy for IGAD, for South Sudan, which is working actually day and night to bring in and facilitate the mediation and peace process. Not only that, in terms of programmatic areas and sectors, I think IGAD is also closely working with South Sudan since the beginning. Particularly, we are engaging Banak, the different sectors of South Sudan in all our processes, in the blue economy sector, on the climate sector, on land and governance, on gender, on the peace and security side, in almost all sectors of the ministries. So one most important which I would like to emphasize is as we see South Sudan grappling with floods and sometimes droughts, this country is also one of the richest countries actually in terms of the natural capital. So if you look at the water resources, the vegetation and everything, South Sudan is actually well placed in terms of the natural resources to be one of actually the emerging countries and economies in the region. I understand the compounding risks that the Excellency Minister have mentioned, particularly the droughts, especially the floods that's coming now and then. Colleagues, towards that, I think there is already a requisite capacity in the region and also coming to the country, which really can help transition as a country from more of a response-oriented approaches to more of anticipation and proactiveness. The key aspect, Banak, that what we think is there are a number of projects that are already running with South Sudan under the different departments, but we need to also consider the positioning of South Sudan to the global initiatives. Take, for example, the early warning for all. As IGAD, in all of our discussions, two countries always are given priorities in IGAD. Not to, discriminate, but these are emerging countries, South Sudan and Somalia. So they are, again, part and parcel of these initiatives, and we are making sure, actually, that resources are flowing to these two countries. So in the meantime, I think there are quite a number of promising interventions that are coming to South Sudan from this initiative, the Global Shield, as well as the other initiatives like CRUISE, that can support the countries in terms of, for example, strengthening the MET offices, okay, the disaster risk management authorities, the environment, and all the sectors, so that they deliver based on the capacity that has been built already in the region. When I conclude, Banak, I want to mention and build on what Honorable Bartel has mentioned, the joint project with the UNDP. I think this is an amazing opportunity to establish a national early warning system for Sudan, for South Sudan. We have a clear idea on how that can be done. We have a project at hand to deliver this. So it speaks into three key aspects. One is the infrastructure. As you know, South Sudan is one of the countries with the least observing stations. Although ICPAC some 5 years ago have deployed around 10 stations and so on, and also other entities and institutions supporting, still on the ground, both on weather and also water, the observing stations are quite limited. So there is an opportunity, for example, through UNDP, the 10 stations have been built. They are already in Juba. So installing this and maintaining this is one key aspect of coming out of the dark. The second aspect is also the systems. I think at ICPAC, many of you know the East African Hazard Watch. I think this can be easily customized and tailored for South Sudan so that all sectors in the country can be the producers and also maintenance of these systems, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's weather forecasting and so on. I think this is the other key aspect. The third and most important aspect is also the capacity. We are honored actually to host 5 young South Sudanese at ICPAC, where they have been trained on climate forecasting, but also Earth observation technologies to monitor the current flood. When the upstream countries release water, we need to have the capacity to monitor from satellite images how the water system, how the river system is being impacted, and when it will be reaching the downstream areas and people will be displaced. I think that requisite capacity needs to be there in South Sudan, and ICPAC is actually well placed, and we have been doing that, including actually training for master's degree, few South Sudanese as well. So I think this is a key aspect. These three aspects are the key aspect that we need to focus, Banak. And IGAD is again, would like to express our commitments again to support South Sudan in all its sectors as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. First, we acknowledge the generosity of IGAD and ICPAC when South Sudan requested an emergency to train young folk to really respond to the imminent flood disaster in 2024. That was appreciated. And of course, I will come back to you because the IGAD play a big role in terms of providing expertise and it's also advocating for funding for the national government. So we'll come back to you in a moment. While we turn global, let me welcome first. I'm welcoming you. I'm not giving you the speech now. Yeah, this is our colleague Anmash Komar, whom I said that will come late. He's the head of the UNDRR one office, huh? Yes, okay. Now we turn global, but we go to Nairobi. We go to Rita Missel. Rita, she's, as I said earlier, she's the UNDP Global Recovery Advisor Crisis Bureau. Rita, I know that I have given you 2 questions, but at this stage, I will only be contacting with you are free to answer both of them, but I want to ask this question first. Is strengthening South Sudan's institutional capacities to integrate climate resilience and conflict prevention into national planning. What is the role of UNDP in this, especially in the region and also at the national level? The floor is yours, Rita.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banak. Thank you very much for inviting me to this esteemed panel. I would like to greet the Honorable Minister for Disaster Management and Humanitarian Affairs, the Honorable Minister for Environment and Forestry, and the rest of the esteemed panelists. Thank you very much. It's an honor to speak in this particular panel, particularly issues that are very dear to UNDP's work and interest. We've already heard also, and I also acknowledge with thanks the support that has been acknowledged by the Honorable Minister for Environment and IGAD as well on UNDP's work that is already being run in South Sudan in partnership with IGAD and with the Ministry of Disaster Management and Ministry of Environment as well. So I will not speak to those subjects at all. What I would like to do is move forward looking about how we can pick up the issue of national capacity building. Particularly coming from this COP, I was there last week. Unfortunately, I could not stay longer as we try to stagger our presence in the COP. I think one of the key discussions as the Honorable Minister for Environment maintained and spoke about is the loss and damage that continuously countries like Sudan, South Sudan are facing. Low emission countries that contribute so little to climate related emissions are the ones who are at the end of suffering towards this kind of crisis. So UNDP, as you know, not only works globally, but also in countries. And particularly, I would like to begin with an intervention that we are planning for South Sudan, specifically with the Ministry of Disaster Management, Dr. Banak. We would like very specifically to take up 3 or 4 things that I would like to mention now. The first is, I think, develop clear national climate resilience and conflict prevention strategies together with your ministry and the Ministry of Environment as well. Already there's a document I noticed that is called the South Sudan RRR, which is Rehabilitation and of the Refugees. And that particular document outlines several interventions already. In addition to that, what we feel, I think, is critical at this point of my time, taking this flood as an opportunity and the focus of loss and damage in this particular COP is to bring to your country the capacities to assess the impacts of the loss and damage for these particular floods. We already have some certain estimates that that the Environment Ministry and has already put forward. What we would like to focus is a much more distilled detailed assessment, a comprehensive one that will bring us very closer to understanding the non-economic losses that this countries face, particularly displaced communities, of which almost 2 million in South Sudan from this particular floods. Yeah, that is the human impact on them. Focus on that, and also the impact of health on the communities, the impact of gender-based issues on communities. So that is an element that we would like start with, to lay the foundation for building up evidence to provide loss and damage estimates to the fund for us responding to loss and damage when that happens, when the proposals open up mid next year. You would be aware that UNDP currently is an interim member of the interim secretariat for the fund for responding to loss and damage, and in that capacity, we have a little bit more information about how the operationalization of the fund is going to take place, and among them, the key commitment that the board makes is to be able to have some early interventions to release funds as soon as possible by mid next year. So, in an effort to kind of build capacities for accessing those funds, we think one of the first step that we would need is to actually provide a comprehensive assessment of the loss and damage for these particular floods, even the last one that we were talking about in 2024, and then develop a strategy that will integrate both climate and conflict-related strategies for particularly focusing on displaced communities, so that we have a proposal already ready by early next year when the fund actually starts asking for proposals. That's the first thing that I would like to state. The second thing, I think, more than I will leave that discussion to Animesh about a joint DP, UNDRR, and WMO initiative for the loss and damage tracking system. I will not go into explaining that. What I would like to also talk about is UNDP's later project that we have just started now, which is called Community Recovery and Resilience Building Project. As the Honorable Minister pointed out, Minister for Environment pointed out, I think communities who are most at risk need to receive early warning on time. They need to be supported with social protection mechanisms. They need to be given productive assets, and they need to be given support to recover in terms of insurance and things like that. So one of the key things that we have done in the Community Recovery and Resilience Project is actually to go right from the national level down to the community level to work with selected most vulnerable communities, where we are going to be replacing livelihood-related assets, start again what we call community-based DRR initiatives. I think many countries have forgotten that this was the key important initiative that actually brought DRR into the national level. And so we want to focus on community-based DRR, rebuild some community infrastructure, provide social safety grants to communities, and that's the next step that we would like to do. The third and more medium-term and longer one that we want to look at is, doing an analysis of displacement patterns. And I think this was mentioned by IGAD, and we would be very, very pleased to actually work together with IGAD, is try to do a displacement patterns based on land use for communities that move around, so that we understand what is the pattern of displacement, but also in the long term plan strategies around that. So that's the long and medium to long term in the terms of assessment and analysis. And I think one of the key things that already that has been mentioned is the ability of the ministries that both the honorable ministers are here to convene and bring together all of these other line ministries together, because this cannot be a single ministry effort, and I'm glad this has been recognized. So we will support both the ministries to use their convening capacities to bring together all these actors from the different ministries, whether it's education or planning, education or health or gender ministry, or it would be agriculture ministry, irrigation sectors. Unless we have them all together, I think we cannot have a plan or a program that will succeed in addressing the key issues that has already been pointed out at the start of this panel discussion or this event. I would also like to say, one thing that I would like to draw attention to, and I think this is being briefly mentioned, about the relocation of communities. That is something that probably UNDP has done in several countries in the world across the globe. supporting national governments in developing a resettlement and rehabilitation policy. When people are being relocated, it has to be, for us, one of the last options for all the complexities that are involved in it. However, now, more and more recently, we've seen that the scale of displacement and the impact of climate change is forcing actually relocation of communities. So if we are coming to that, then what is the guidelines that we have for ministries that will lead the relocation of communities, and how is it done safely, in a secure manner, in provision with all assets? What is to be taken into account in planning? How communities can be consulted? What is the role of civil society and other private sector partners who can contribute to the relocation process? So for us, that is a critical aspect of managing now the impacts of climate change, is linking to relocation and rehabilitation, which I think a policy document, we feel that is the most critical one. Without a document, just trying to plan will be ad hoc measures. I think that's something that we can support with. And finally, I think social cohesion measures in the communities. I don't know when we work with communities, one of the key things that we will try to do also within the community recovery and resilience building project is that we will try to establish platforms where communities can meet each other and express their grievances. You know, it's just providing a place where people can listen to. And we have known this from very successful disaster recovery programs, that if we have even the recognized lowest level administrative official giving even 2 hours a week to just welcome people and listen to their grievances, is already almost like addressing half the grievance, So a proper grievance redressal mechanisms, but also a space where communities can come together and actually talk about the issues that they've entered. So it builds social cohesion. There are other activities, whether it be sports or culture, those are things that are already being done. But I think directly addressing the issue of grievance redress within any recovery process is very, very critical for a healthy recovery process. So maybe Dr. Banak, I think I will just stop here for the moment, because we already spoke about climate adaptation projects, water management, sustainable agriculture programs. The Honorable Minister has mentioned these programs that UNDP is already implementing along with the ministry. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. I wish I will have time to come back to you, because there are so many things you said, especially money coming towards South Sudan. I would be interested to give me some deadlines later, but well done. The issue of peace, and we have to tell you the truth, we have already developed what we call the return and refugees and host community strategy, what the durable solutions. And I'm sure you were referring to that document. Is this a living document? That is subject, of course, to changes and to improvement. But again, I will follow up. I have a very strong colleague of yours in the room here, Daniel Kir, is with me. So whatever you promised now, make sure that I will be hitting the national office of UNDP. So otherwise, thank you. Wait there, I will come back to you.
Thank you.
Still, we go global, but global a little bit, maybe in Geneva, but of course, Anmesh Komar is standing in for Lorita in the UNDRR office in Geneva. Anmesh, thank you very much. I know it is a very busy day for all of us today. And maybe you would like to introduce yourself when I give you your questions. You have 3 questions. But what I want you to answer really now, of course you are free to answer the rest. Can you provide example of best practices from other conflict-affected countries that South Sudan could adopt to build resilience to both climate shocks and conflict? And you bear in mind that you have a lot of money for South Sudan. You have the early warning initiative for all initiative. And then you have also the water at heart of climate action. You have a lot. So when is this money coming to South Sudan? The floor is yours.
Thanks, Dr. Banak. I would start, of course, by introducing myself. I'm Animesh Kumar. I'm the head of the UNDRR's office in Bonn. So I'm responsible for the global portfolio on climate change, data, and monitoring of early warnings for all. I would start with a bit of a personal note as well. I share my birth date with South Sudan. When South Sudan was formed, 2011, I was living and working in neighboring Ethiopia. And during that time, I used to visit very often on my car with the government of Ethiopia, working on different aspects. The cooperation between the two countries then was very good, and I hope that continues. So that's where I come from. I worked a lot in the Horn of Africa, 10 years in total, from 2007 to 2017. And that's when Dr. Banak and I, despite the age gap, and who still looks very young, we are best of friends, knowing each other for more than a decade. Coming to the topic, one of the things that before coming to very specific examples of the work we're doing, I would start by also setting the context in the case of the conflict setting and disaster risk reduction. Long back, like around 15 years ago, there was a very interesting study done in Africa. It found that every 1 centimeter increase in rainfall reduces the possibility of a serious conflict by 6%. And it goes on to show the connection between natural resource access to moisture, rainfall, and water sources and conflict. And this is something which has also been seen now, continues to be seen at the global level. We have just released our 3rd iteration of the Global Status Report on Early Warning Systems. It was launched, the 3rd edition was launched last week by the UN Secretary General at the COP here. I'm happy to be continuing to be the lead coordinating author of this report for the 3rd year in a row. This year we have given a very specific feature on early warnings in the context of fragility and conflict. We have found that using World Bank data, that out of 25 most risk-prone countries in the world, 75% of them also rank very high on fragility and conflict settings. That goes on to show the overlap between the capacity gaps that we often see in the fragile context, but also then it translates into early warning systems. Acknowledging that, we have just also launched a policy brief and a handbook on how early warning systems should be implemented in such contexts. This is done through a multi-agency effort as part of the Center of Excellence on Disaster and Climate Resilience, which has already been launched. One of the things that we find as challenge in these settings and when it comes to early warning systems is the very access to data. The access and the availability of data hampers early warning efforts. Finance, of course, continues to be the big challenge, but also the lack or limitations on infrastructure, the lack of communication infrastructure in particular, the lack of observation facilities and so on, often hamper early warning systems as well. And all of that boils down to the approaching early warning from the value cycle approach. We know that early warning systems work as a value cycle or a value chain, and that chain is only as strong as the weakest link. That weakest link we have often seen is in the last mile outreach to the communities. That becomes even more challenging in the context of conflict. So what can we do about it? One thing which is very important is that we integrate conflict settings in the very design stage of early warning systems, and that is strongly and highly recommended, and this is something which we have been promoting and pursuing. This also includes that we build the trust in local communities, in the local community-based organizations, prioritizing the end user in design stage, but also ensuring that the conflict sensitivity is included at the core of anticipatory action. The early action, the 4th pillar of early warnings for all. If we don't include conflict setting and situation in the design stage of anticipatory action, the action itself may lead to more tensions and hence perpetuate conflict. And hence we need a kind of a dual strategy. One, in terms of ensuring that we have immediate response, early action in the context of impending events, but at the same time we need a long-term strategy to ensure that there is a policy dialogue and there is capacity building that is done. Now, coming to some specific examples in other settings where some good work is happening, I'll the first example in the Greater Horn of Africa itself, in Somalia. Recently, our team has been conducting very thorough risk analysis, working very closely with the state stakeholders and actors in the country to do climate projections on the one side and translating that climate projections into very specific analysis of water points. Where are the boreholes? Where are the water points where the communities will go to collect water? And often we have seen that the hotspots of conflict and the hotspots of water access often overlap as well. This also then, on the one hand, it helps in terms of understanding the displacement matrix, in terms of understanding the community mobility flows on the one side, but it also helps understand in terms of what durable actions need to be taken in the longer term, so that when we do response at humanitarian action, it has an inbuilt mechanism, inbuilt component of resilience building in the long term as well. This then has helped in terms of ensuring that some of the key hazards present in the region, for example, drought, floods, together with conflict, can be addressed, can be mitigated in a much more comprehensive way, rather than looking at them in silos in terms of going hazard by hazard. The other example I can think of is outside the region, outside Africa and Yemen, where together with OCHA, UNDRR has been working very closely with national counterparts to do a similar analysis, but here we have followed a much more coordination approach in terms of bringing together different actors at this national level and launching various outreach events to the community-based actors so that we can move forward towards a joint analysis of risk. This jointness is very important. If we don't bring different communities together, we don't understand the full perspective, the full systemic impact of risk. And that is what we have tried to do there, wherein we have received very good feedback in terms of, one, identifying what are the risks which are present, how do they interact with each other, and then building scenarios for each. And these scenarios then integrate elements of conflict. And that's a missing element we often do. We do very good risk analysis, but if we miss out on the conflict sensitivity of the scenario building exercise, and the planning action which follows thereafter gets further hampered. So those are a couple of examples that I can give. I think my previous speaker and Dr. Banak yourself have spoken about the work we have done through the Water at the Heart program funded by the Dutch government. South Sudan is one of the beneficiary countries where we have reached out to, and that remains as a priority country. One thing which I would also like to highlight is that Early Warnings for All was launched as an initiative. It's no more just an initiative, it's a goal. It's a goal that you have to reach by 2027, and that requires a holistic approach with a massive level of investment. And I can always confirm that there is a very high level of interest among different actors. The other thing which Rita referred to, and I'll build upon that, was the enhanced access to data. One of the things which we have again observed in this year's early warning report, that risk knowledge continues to be the least advanced pillar of early warning. If we don't know which hazards and risks are present on the ground level, we don't know which hazards to monitor. We don't know how to reach out to the communities, and we don't know what vulnerabilities to take into account to ensure anticipatory and early action. And hence, risk knowledge almost becomes the nucleus of the entire early warning system. We are very much willing to support the efforts in South Sudan in terms of ensuring that everyone has access to the right data to not only make early warnings work, that's only one of the use cases, but also become the basis for access to better financing and funding. So with UNDP and WMO, we have launched one program. Many of us are already aware of Desinventar, which has been in existence for 30 years. We are now revolutionizing that whole system to form a new tracking system. The progress is ongoing, and we should be having that new system in place in early next year. We will be very much willing to work forward further with the government of South Sudan to roll it out in the country, and it comes with a full package in terms of the mechanics, in terms of the software side of it, but also the substantive side of it, which is the know-how on assessments and methodologies. And then there is a very strong element of capacity building so that the government ownership is ensured. I will also end by talking about other mechanisms in terms of funding which are at disposal and available to countries like South Sudan. Few years ago, there was a loss and damage mechanism under UNFCCC called Santiago Network that was launched. Last year in Dubai, UNDRR was selected as the host of the Santiago Network together with our partner UNOPS. This Santiago Network is a facility available for developing countries to take actions to build capacity to address, avert, and minimize loss and damage. We have good pledges so far. It's not very high, but we have $50 million pledged. Majority of it's being converted into financing and contributions. We have already started rolling out support. Vanuatu will be the first country to receive the support, and we really request South Sudan, among many other African countries, to make use of this facility, because if we don't use this facility, I'm worried that this fund will diminish over time, and then it will have a slow death. We are at a point where we are just rolling it out. We have funding, we have donor commitment, we have government commitment. Please use this, because this is one facility that will help you access capacity, and that capacity can be catalyzed to access bigger amounts of funding, including from the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage that Rita was mentioning, that currently has pledges exceeding $750 million. So there is financing, there is capacity support available, then it's very strong commitment from our side. What we need to do together collectively is to enhance our readiness in terms of having the right absorptive capacity and mechanisms in place in the country so that we start rolling it out. Thank you.
Thank you. You really went global, huh? So you are saying with the early warning, for the credible early warning, you need to have data, you have to have the communication, you have to have capacities, and all these are still lacking in South Sudan. We have the institutions to regulate the capacity building and the early warning. So what we would like you to speed up the process, sometimes to access resources. The pledges are things, and then how to access the resources also become another predicament. Now, from global, we go continentally. We go to African risk capacity. I deliberately put you back because you have a task to address the African risk capacity. You know, risk, we try to avoid it not working. We try to accept it not working. We try so many ways in DRR and even in climate resilience. Kofi, you have heard from the government, and you have also heard from development partners. Now, what do you think? What is the way forward? What can ACT do to support South Sudan? The floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Banak. For maybe the colleagues that don't know African risk capacity, especially against of African Union, with a specific mandate to help AU member states to strengthen the response mechanism against the disaster that really affect the continent. When I mention disaster, I refer to drought, tropical cyclone, flood, disease outbreaks, and epidemic that recurrently affect the continent. So building on what my predecessors have mentioned, maybe allow me, Mr. Moderator, to tackle three points that I think can make the difference in supporting South Sudan. I heard from my predecessor the capacity gap. How do you ensure that African risk capacity can support South Sudan bridging that gap? As you may know, normally when there is a disaster, drought or flood in the countries, the first thing for countries to do is to conduct a post-disaster assessment to really determine the number of people that are affected so that a proper response can be provided from the government. But how do you do such an exercise when there is a conflict, for instance, in some zone where you cannot move to correct? And that's where ACT comes in to make the difference by bringing in some innovations to estimate the impact by using risk modeling for drought, tropical cyclone, flood, disease outbreak. And so that's our mandate to really support South Sudan in bridging that capacity gap. And again, we go extra mile also to support the countries in terms of capacity building to put in place comprehensive operation plans, which is should be a subset for the country multi-year or multi-sectoral operation or contingency plans. And then again, we bring in the aspect of how the gender aspect can also be mainstream in disaster management country level. And then when we come to, I heard from some of the my predecessors mentioning the funding gap, meaning that there is a need to really put together a lot of opportunities available to the countries when it comes to funding options. So in that case, we train also the government team, and we are yet to do so for South Sudan, in terms of developing a comprehensive disaster risk financing strategies, which will really bring together the different perils that South Sudan face, and also the available instrument or the lacking instruments also that the country need to bring on board. And then the second aspect that I want to tackle is the data issues. I think my predecessor mentioned the data gap, but how do we ensure that we really fill that gap? You may know, as we do risk modeling, one aspect that we look at is the exposure when it comes to populations. And most of the time when we collect population data is within 5 to 10 years for the census. But with a dynamic situations where there is a conflict, where people move, the migration aspects, how do you capture the quality of population data for a population that move from regions and repeatedly when such a situation arrived? And then again, we look at the vulnerability. The vulnerability is dynamic because the countries, the population will have to move anytime there is a conflict. So how do we address such issues when there is a disaster, we underact? And that's why partnership comes in to play. And I can call upon my colleagues from IGAD, where we have MOU. How do we build it, putting our effort together to support where data is not available, for instance? How do you build in proxy data or use a third-party data or IGAD data, available data, to really fill that gap? But again, ACT also move extra mile to work with partners, put in place a program that we call a Replica that helps humanitarian actors such as WFP, UNHCR, or Star Network to come in to support the government policies. So working with these humanitarian actors, an opportunity to fill that data gap is, for instance, we may agree with me that when it comes to NGO, they work with local communities regularly. And I use the example of Star Network, which is a consortium for more than 40 NGOs. So working with South Sudan, when there is a data gap, we believe that those NGO can really support in collecting data to fill that data gap. And again, as indicated, for early warning system, our risk modeling tool are only early warnings for drought, tropical cyclone, flood for South Sudan. So that's where we can support from our perspective to fill those gaps. And lastly, when it comes to funding, we heard from Honorable Bata that South Sudan may need more than 100 billion, sorry. Well, how do we ensure that really, which means that one single instrument is not enough? From how will, the question is, where is this funding coming from? Is it the national budget? And the answer might be no. This simply tells us that we need to really refer to available resources, available instruments from IGAD, from UNDRA, from all the speakers' organizations to put our effort together to support. From African risk capacity side, as we work with the countries, we also put in place a lot of instruments when it comes to risk transfer, which is one of our financing instrument that is handled by our insurance affiliate, ACT Limited. So this insurance, parametric insurance, can also come in as one of the disaster risk financing tools to complement existing mechanism. And how do we support? The question might be, with competitive priorities, how South Sudan can also ensure that they can also, because when we talk about insurance coverage, we talk about premium. We have already been discussing with the government of South Sudan, and South Sudan is under a 5-year project, the ACRIF, Africa Climate Risk Financing Facility, hosted by African Development Bank. And this is a 5-year project that includes 4 countries, actually fragile countries, Somalia, South Sudan, Comoros, and Djibouti. So under that program, is already secure that the next 5 years, South Sudan could get an insurance coverage for drought and flood under African risk capacity. And that is a financial tool that we have, and we're still working with the government to secure other funding opportunities that can put in place to support South Sudan in addressing the climate issues in the countries. I'll stop here, Dr. Banak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you did not promise, but because there's already something in the pipeline, the African risk capacity. Yes, it is true that we have signed the treaty, the MOU, and we are on the way. While I turn to the audience, I want Honorable Bartel that you have heard from partners and from the African risk capacity. So when we come back in 1 minute, I want you to get the takeaway from them. You have heard from the UNDP, you have heard from the UNDRR, you have from AICPAC, you have heard also from the African risk capacity. So I will come back to you. Now I turn to the audience. Now we have 15 minutes to wrap up. We have also the minister who will be concluding this event. Is there any come back to the panelists, please? Be quick and be precise. Do you have any question? Direct, maybe also general questions. We were very clear, huh? Or are you all South Sudanese? I'm seeing other faces, not all South Sudanese, right? Okay. Why you are thinking? Honorable Patel, your takeaway.
Okay, thank you for giving me this opportunity once again. It was very enriching to hear from all the partners of all the initiatives that are there that South Sudan can benefit from. As we all know, pledges are always easy to make,
yeah.
But accessing the funding is another story. We know very well that the vertical funds, GCF, Global Environment Facility, GEF, adaptation funds are always there, and the funds are there. But accessing them usually needs at least a minimum of 3 to 4 years. That's how frustrating it is, because when I simply said South Sudan needs 100 billion for its climate mitigation and adaptation, not all that 100 billion will be accessed from the vertical funds. Our strategies and plans in our NDCs will be included in our annual budgets. So when we see up to 2050, from our government budget alone, we'll be able to raise 30 billion. And the rest, which is around 70, is what we want from the other international funds, bilateral funds, loans, and all that. One can start thinking, why is it 100 billion? It's a very big figure. It's a very big figure because when South Sudan became independent, we are starting from scratch. The reason why we fought for 50 years was simply because there were no development activities happening in the south of the country. For example, at the moment, only less than 2% of our population have access to energy. There's no power. Now we only have 33 megawatts of power in Juba, but the rest of the 10 states, work ends at 5. So how can a country develop whereby you only start work at 9 and everything stops at 5 because there is no energy at night? The other thing is 99.9% of our population depends on forest as a source of energy, charcoal, fuel wood, and you name it. So it's also putting a lot of pressure to our forest. So that 100 billion simply means we want a hydroelectric power generation that will cost us at least 20 billion, because we'd like at least to have 3,000 megawatts of power. So when you look into that, just take that 20 billion from the 100. Then you also want to develop the infrastructure. There are no roads. We need all that to be developed. Also invest more in agriculture and all that. But as Ahmed said, we are a very rich country in terms of natural resources. Now, this year alone, the largest migration of animals have been discovered in South Sudan, over 8 million white-eared carp. That simply means South Sudan has the potential to generate more revenue from tourism. Secondly, we have the largest wetlands in Africa, the Sud, which is also one of the largest carbon sinks. We have peatlands. We have over 40 million heads of cattle. We have the Sud that can produce over 200,000 tons of fresh fish in a year. So it's not all gloom in South Sudan. The opportunities are there. But because of these impacts that are coming to us, and also the conflict in Sudan, and our past internal conflict, now we need to start tweaking our things in the country. I think if we have a very good Article 6, we can generate more funding from carbon trade, and we can use that money too for our adaptation and mitigation projects. Likewise, if we get our energy in place, that simply means we can also develop the other resources. So what South Sudan actually needs at the moment is that solidarity with the world to understand its predicaments at the moment, because we are not happy to always be responding to humanitarian issues. But we are trying to look into a way of getting a trajectory to develop the country using a green development trajectory, not coming back to the models that the developed countries have used to be where they are, and they have caused us this issue. So South Sudan has a path to do that. We'll be looking into all these small funding windows, but as a country, we would like to develop our resources. And I think in the next 10 to 20 years, mark my word, if we put all our stuff together, South Sudan will be a donor country in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. South Sudan shouldn't be alone. As you can see today, you have the UN, you have the UNDP, you have ECPAC, you have the continent, the African Risk Capacity. We will never be alone. Rita, are you there? Rita?
I am there, Dr. Banak.
Okay, there's one, wait for me just a tick. There's one audience here I want to ask. Please. There's, oh, yeah. Sorry, where's the mic? No, he said, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Be quick because we are in our time. Be precise.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Julie Collette. I'm working for Plan International. I just heard the conversations, and one of the speakers mentioned the importance of building trust of local communities and prioritizing end users at the design stage. I really wanted to find out how we are engaging women, young people, girls especially, who suffer the most in terms of the impact of climate change in this process. Thank you.
And I think that one will go national. I will come back to you, Honorable. Rita, maybe in the interval while we were listening to other colleagues, any other promise, please, from the UNDP to South Sudan? You have 1 minute.
I know, Dr. Banak, we have initiated some discussion about some of the things that we should start in response to the floods. and we haven't progressed too far yet. And I think, towards the end.
Yes.
Yes, but beyond that, we are talking about the Community Recovery and Resilience Building Project, which we are in the planning stage now, and we have done the flood mapping, but we have initiated also a much more deeper baseline analysis for that, for planning the interventions. So we are going to start with that, then move on to actual recovery solutions for communities affected by these current floods. So at this point of time, maybe we can have a bilateral after this meeting.
Yes.
Better when you come to South Sudan back from the COP, I think a longer discussion, but also because the Honorable Minister is already here from Environment and Disaster Management, I would also like to say our commitment to supporting the country in, the next generation of NDC development, NAPA and NAP documents. Much more ambitious for 3.0 NDCs as we see. So that part of strategy development also is something that we'll be working together with the country. So we will try and align our climate team and the disaster risk management team efforts in support of South Sudan.
Thank you, Rita. You are absolutely invited to come to Juba, but you will pay your cost. I'm afraid if I give chance again, we're running out of time. The minister is waiting. He has about 3 minutes to close. But any of you can answer this question. Yes, please, up the capacity. Yeah, the youth involvement.
Yes, I think I mentioned it during my speech, that African risk capacity will have a gender strategy. And it's part of the capacity building that they will provide to ensure that no one is left behind when it comes to response. Not only women, but also the disabled people. And that's something that we will be providing to South Sudan. And Dr. Banagi himself has been through in our gender work and the package that will be bringing to South Sudan. Thank you.
Batel, do you have any, with the NDCs and the NAP, do you have anything regarding youth or gender perspective? In just in one second.
All the projects that we in the ministry are developing are gender sensitive. So we know very well that during the 50 years of war, the most impacted section of our communities are women, girls, and youth. So any project that we are developing looks into more on that gender nexus. So, because when we know that if there is no water, the people who are suffering more to fetch water are women. So the sensitivity of our project towards how to improve women or the gender gap has to be there. That's why I think in all the projects, all the activities, the gender lens has to be taken. They have to be part of the stakeholder meetings. They have to bring their part, and they have to be integrated in anything that we do.
Thank you.
So gender is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, you have a lot of initiative, gender perspective with the IGA DRM. Do you have anything?
Thank you very much, Banak. Again, as a regional body, we have actually a very brilliant and vibrant team that's working actually with your ministry concerning gender. So I think there are quite a number of efforts, Banak, in that regard. Yeah.
Okay. Anmash, very quick. You are global. Do you see the grassroots and the young people in your projects?
I think UNDRR has a very strong stakeholder engagement mechanism. We have women, gender, children and youth as playing very active roles in everything that we do. But 3 key recommendations or actions that I would say in terms of responding to your question. One is very important that at the design stage, when we go down to the community, we ensure that every member of the community is engaged in the process. And I'm referring to risk analysis, risk profiling, where that is very important. This ensures, the second part is in terms of ensuring that the community-based organizations, and in some contexts, faith-based organizations, are involved in as much as possible so that the community's views are being taken in the analysis. And the third, as a more practical part, is if we link early warning systems with social protection mechanisms that exist. The social protection mechanisms by design are meant to help the most vulnerable communities. And hence, if early warning is linked with social protection mechanism, it really helps in terms of the community outreach. Examples include the risk financing mechanism in Ethiopia, which has an early warning system to scale up social safety net programs in the event of a disaster before it happens? Thanks.
Thank you. I hope your question is fully answered. Any burning question before I turn to Juba? We are set? Okay. Yes, Honorable Minister, we are coming to the conclusion of our event, and I hope you have followed everyone from the panelists. We have Honorable Joseph Africano Batel from the Ministry of Environment, and we had also Anmash Kumar from the UNDRR representing Geneva office. We have also Dr. Ahmed Hamdoun from ECPAC. We have our colleague Kobi, whom you know very well, from the African Risk Capacity. We have Rita Missel in Nairobi. He's also online. They have talked about so many things and opportunities, and it's only up now to South Sudan to come up with the opportunities, and then to chart the way forward. How can all these sectors and organizations support South Sudan? So having said this, I want you have about 3 minutes to maybe to say what you want to say after if you heard them. I hope your internet was good, and then to conclude, and then to close the side event. You are welcome, Minister. It's frozen. It's from Juba. That's the internet, huh? So one of the challenge, that's the internet. I hope you will. Get him back. Not yet. It's out. It's gone. We still have 5 minutes, so let them struggle. These are the crises we have. It's okay. They're trying to bring him back. Okay, if this is the case, I think we can end here. Unfortunately, this is also technology that we want to solve in South Sudan. And to close this one, I request you to close the meeting, please. You can come here if you want.
Okay, thank you, Banak, the distinguished panelists, and all the audience that are here. As we have heard from the minister in the beginning of the challenges that South Sudan is enduring in terms of climate shocks and the disasters that are ensuing since 2019, I think the discussion was rich. And now we have a way forward as a country and as a region in Africa to start building the resilience of our people and using all the opportunities that are there with the different institutions and agencies. We are very also happy to hear from UNDP on developing our capacity to be able to access the loss and damage funds. We know that if 3 million people are impacted and have lost their livelihoods, we require a lot of funds for that. So since the loss and damage fund will be operational, we believe that South Sudan will be able to get something after. I think the minister is also listening from the other side. The next 2 minutes will go to you, Honorable Minister, to give your insights and also close this side event. Thank you.
Go ahead, Minister. I think you have less than 3 minutes because you will be cut off if you continue. So maybe you have to be precise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banak. Thank you, Honorable Joseph Africano, and all the panelists that have just put in their insight on what we wanted to hear. This is the problem we have. We have even issues of connectivity. This is why I was unable to continue with you in a good way. But the discussion went well. What I wanted just to emphasize, maybe I will not reflect on all what has been said, but I just want to emphasize some points. One is that the conflict we were talking about when we said the climate shocks and the dynamic of conflict in South Sudan, we meant the conflict that is created by the flood, the impact of climate change. Because as Honorable Undersecretary mentioned, that the limited high grounds that everybody goes there, even animals, are now becoming a source of conflict. And this is where the resilience efforts are being disrupted because of those conflicts on grassland, on water, on even agricultural land. All these are caused by the floods specifically, and even the drought in some areas in South Sudan. So this is the conflict that we are now talking about here. About the conflict that we had sometimes here, the government of South Sudan has already put it to an end by implementation of this current RRCs, the revitalized agreement on conflict and the resolution of conflict in South Sudan, which the IGAD is actually the mediator and even the one who is now observing it. And also we have now other efforts to make the peace that we have inclusive, with efforts being carried out in Nairobi, in Kenya. So that conflict, civil conflict, we are now putting it to an end. But what we meant with this is the conflict created by climate change impact, mainly by floods and drought. So what we need, and I'm happy that I heard from all the speakers, is one, the funding, because this is one of the major problems that we have that is hindering our efforts towards mitigation and adaptation to climate shocks. So what we need is the funding, and I'm happy that there is already pledges. And the second thing is capacity building. Although we have a lot of efforts that we are now making, but also we need further capacity building for our personnel that are now working on that mitigation. The third is the commitment, and I'm happy that all of you have committed to continue supporting South Sudan efforts for adaptation to the climate shock. And I hope that what you have committed today is a position of your own institutions. And I hope that you will relate it in a responsible manner, that that commitment will continue towards South Sudan. The efforts that South Sudan is making are there, because as we have already narrated, we have already legislation, framework that are existing in South Sudan, both from all the institutions that are handling impact of climate change. The Ministry of Environment is a lead ministry on this that has already all the plan and all the legislation framework. We in the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs that are dealing with the handling the impact on the people, we are also having those legislation in place. We also have plans, as one of you mentioned, durable solution strategy and plan of action for refugees, IDPs, internally displaced people, and even the host communities is a comprehensive approach that we are now going to deal with this impact. Also, I really, as I said, appreciate the efforts and the support that being accorded to South Sudan in handling the impact of climate change. I think Dr. Banak is pointing on me that the time has already elapsed. What I want to say is
we don't point at the ministers. I was pointing the other side. They are telling me that the minister is taking much time. So because there's another, yeah, it's gone now. Yeah. So thank you very much. Rita, if you are online, thank you very much. Minister, thank you very much. All the panelists, I really thank you. I know some of you canceled their flights because of this. Some of you also canceled some of the activities. And much, thank you very much for coming. And we will meet again because we will also see your apologies and your promises, how they go. We have a group photo. Rita, thank you very much.
as if I'm doing something. So it's supposed to be candid, please. Can you like take a full picture as well? This one, like this thing? Yes. And then a long one. Yes. Okay, okay, thank you.
Is that on? Is that on? Let's start, Goski. Is that on? Ah, it's on. Yes. So, good afternoon. Oh, no speaker system. Okay, I can use this one. It's already on. No, okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session. We have a session here on regional integration through electric access. We have very good speakers here who will start our session. To start with our session, make sure you have earphones here. Okay. Yeah, to start our session, we shall be on time. Let me call upon our speakers to the floor, to the stadium. Our speakers, please come up to the podium. So much. Yeah, we have here three very important speakers. Starting from my left, we have Isaac from Kenya, Stephanie from Germany, and Rishi from Boston University. Yeah. No. Okay, and I have also our colleague from Djibouti. So to start with, let us start with our State Minister, State Minister Seyum Makonnen from Federal Democracy of Ethiopia. He's the State Minister for Minister of Planning and Development. He will give us a keynote speak. Seyum, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It is an honor to stand before you today to discuss on a topic that holds immense significance for the future of East Africa, the role of electricity exporting in fostering regional integration, particularly with the context of Ethiopian growing energy potential. As we all know, energy is a backbone of development. It is a power of industry, fuel our economy, and improving the quality of life for our citizens. In East Africa, where energy access is still a challenge for many, the potential for electricity export presents a unique opportunity for collaboration and growth. Ethiopia is blessed with the vast renewable energy resource, particularly in hydropower, wind, solar, and geothermal. With the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam as a centerpiece, we have the capacity to generate over 6,000 megawatts of electricity. And this figure is expected to rise significantly in the coming years. Our vision is to leverage this potential not only to meet our domestic energy needs, but also to become a key energy supplier for the region. By exporting electricity, Ethiopia can foster economic ties with neighboring countries like Sudan, Kenya, and Djibouti. Reliable and affordable electricity can stimulate industrial growth and attract investment. It opens new pathways for trade and commerce, making the region more competent globally. Regional cooperation in energy source build resilience. By sharing electricity, neighboring countries can reduce their dependency on expensive and unreliable fossil fuel. This not only stabilize energy price, but also enhance energy security, ensuring that every citizen has access to the power they need to strive. Ethiopia is committed to renewable energy. By exporting clean electricity, we can help neighboring countries to increase electric access, mitigating their carbon footprint and transition away from fossil fuel. This is crucial as we collectively tackle a pressing issue on climate challenges and striving towards sustainable development. Shared energy interests can serve as a foundation for enhancing diplomatic relationships. By collaborating on energy export, nations can work together to resolve disputes and strengthen economic ties, fostering a more sustainable and peaceful region. Of course, the road to regional electricity export is not within its challenge. We face infrastructure deficit and regulatory hurdles. It is crucial that we come together as a stakeholder, government, private sector entities, and international partners to create a coherent framework for cross-border electricity trade. Investment in transmission infrastructure, regulatory harmonization, and collaboration projects are essential to unlock this potential. As we move forward, I urge our leaders and stakeholders to prioritize the development of our energy resource and the establishment of regional energy framework. Let us embrace the potential of electricity export not only as a source of economic benefit, but as a catalyst for unity and shared prosperity. Together, we can transform East Africa into a vibrant, energy-secure region where all citizens can access the power they need for a better quality of life. Let us work hand in hand to illuminate the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, State Minister Seyum, Your Excellency, for the nice introduction. So we have here 4 very important speakers. I will provide them 5 minutes for each. So after they deliver their speech for 5 minutes, we'll go to question and answers. So to start with, I'm going to start with my immediate left. Isaac is the Secretary for Renewable Energy in Kenya. So Isaac, you have 5 minutes to deliver your main points. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, moderator. And thank you also for the minister for those very kind words, introductory remarks about the importance of regional integration. We come from Kenya as friends of integration, having a bilateral trading agreement with Ethiopia. We know that Africa is on the verge of industrialization. Africa is the next frontier for us to be able to industrialize. Our electrification rates are still low. On average, some places maybe 50, maybe 40, and we still need to reach 100%. We are also having a takeoff and talking about green industrialization. We're talking about critical minerals and how to add value to them. All these are going to require huge energy resources to be able to be developed. And when you look at Africa, we have a lot of resource, but it is partially distributed. There is hydro in Ethiopia, there's geothermal in Kenya, and wind. You go to other places, there is solar, there is hydro in other areas. So we need to be able to integrate so that when you have times of hydrology is high, you can be able to give power to the other areas. And when it is low, then you can be able to pick from other areas. So this integration is going to help us to be able to get power flowing from one side to the other and make sure that Africa always has electricity at any time to be able to develop. We also look at another thing, which is the issue about cost. If a country like Kenya can develop geothermal the best way we know, then it is possible to lower the cost of production of geothermal. And then Ethiopia can do the same with water and others with hydro. So in essence, then each country is going to be able to develop their resources where they are strong in. And the net effect is that we'll be able to have low cost of electricity within the Africa region. We haven't realized the importance of integration then. We have developed our integration capabilities with Ethiopia. Already we are picking 200 megawatts from Ethiopia, and there is a possibility of adding to 400
If we do not have this facility, we'll then be running our thermal generators during times of peak period. That increases the greenhouse gas emission. It also increases the cost of electricity. So this is something which is very good. We are already interconnecting with Tanzania, and we know there is also discussions between Tanzania and Ethiopia for them to wheel power from Ethiopia to Tanzania through Kenya. So in essence, we are also availing our interconnector to be used as a wheeling. And we have been able to develop programs and regulations on wheeling tariff to facilitate this flow. And it's not only that, but we are looking at strengthening the Eastern African power pool, where we can be able to move to the market operation and be able to trade within the countries themselves, so that we can be able to reach fully liberalized market situation where we can then pick electricity which is cheap for us. So for us, this issue of integration is very important. We need to strengthen our bilaterals. We also need to strengthen the regional Eastern African power pool so that we can be able to trade within the pool. And we have done a lot of things like standardizing our grid, making sure that we are able to talk to each other. So those are my introductory remarks, and just thank Ethiopia for bringing us together to speak on this very important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Isaac has highlighted the regional integration through electric access. I think he mentioned the core values in geothermal and hydropower. That's very important, and also their bilateral relationship with Ethiopia, which they are currently purchasing about 200 megawatt, and with a plan to extend to 400 megawatt. I think that's kind of a showcase how Ethiopia and Kenya are partnering or fostering regional integration through electric access. I think, thanks so much, Isaac. Isaac is also a good friend, so thank you, Isaac. Next, I will go to Stephanie, and Stephanie also will discuss about the climate investment, how the energy investment, how the institutional are conducive to foster investment in regional energy integration. Stephanie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you to also the previous speakers for setting the scene so nicely so that I can build on this. So my name is Stefan Hoch. I'm a managing director at Perspectives Climate Group, and we have been working together very closely with both Kenya and Ethiopia actually on various aspects of climate policy and climate finance mobilization. So I'm really happy that I can share some additional reflections. And the first one was that I would like to quickly expand on what the previous speakers have been saying, because electricity is becoming ever more important, and in particular, of course, renewable and clean electricity. Because in many, many sectors that we traditionally didn't necessarily look at as the energy sector, we are using more and more electricity, such as transport, such as mobility is becoming electric now. Industry is becoming electric. In many countries, like in Europe, where we're using fossil fuels for heavy industry, we are switching to electric now. We are calling that sector coupling. And that just underlines, you know, the importance of this regional integration in the electricity sector, because we need that not only for powering, for making sure the lights are on, but also for powering mobility, for powering industry, and many other things. And the region, both Kenya and Ethiopia, are really blessed with such an abundant renewable energy potential that I really think there's a lot of potential there to benefit. So you mentioned climate investments. How do we mobilize the necessary investments? I think we've already seen a lot of progress, both in terms of expanding the grid, but also diversifying the sources where electricity comes from. Because if you look at it from a climate perspective, it really makes a lot of sense to diversify, because we have seen in the past that, you know, if there's a lack of rain, the reservoirs of the hydropower dams go down and the thermal diesel generators go up, which is very expensive. It's not only bad for the climate, it's also bad for the budget. So expanding the sources to wind, to solar, to geothermal on top of hydro made a lot of sense. So if you use all of these sources, and then also strengthen it, the distribution of that, you know, across countries, I think it's a big boost for the prosperity not only of individual countries but for the region. And of course, now, for instance, from a Kenyan perspective, if you import electricity that is cleaner than the one that is generated in Kenya, we also reduce emissions. Because after all, we are at the COP. We want to think about, how can we maximize the emission reductions potential anywhere? And that, leads us, of course, then to realize that if you want to mobilize climate finance, that is a benefit. So if we can claim emission reductions, it will help us to mobilize finance also from different climate finance sources, whether that's through carbon markets or from the Green Climate Fund or from bilateral or private sources. It's useful if we are aware, if we have good methodologies and carbon accounting approaches for understanding how many emissions are being reduced, where are they being reduced, and who can claim those emission reductions for their benefit on a national level in the nationally determined contributions, NDCs, or maybe even in a company perspective if we want to, for instance, generate carbon credits for the investments into these projects. And what is quite interesting now is that even in 2012, we already had a carbon market methodology specifically designed for the Ethiopia-Kenya interconnector, financed by the African Development Bank under the UN carbon market mechanism, the clean development mechanism at the time, but it was never used because the carbon market broke down, and it took us a few years to put those pieces back together. But actually right now at this COP, we are finalizing the new rules for carbon markets. We have the new mechanism in place now after this COP under the UN. So we should really look at these instruments, learn what has already been achieved, and try to build on that to make that fit now for the new rules of the game, so to speak, within carbon markets, but also for the national climate accounting, which countries will report for their NDCs. So I think there's a lot of potential there, and I'll stop now because I'm sure we have a lot to discuss also with the audience later on, but I just wanted to leave you with these few thoughts and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefani, for a wonderful explanation on how the investment, both in terms of grid expansion, intensification, and decentralized energy to ensure access for the communities. I think, and also how that could be important for regional integrations, both as a grid extension, intensification, and also decentralized, fostering decentralized powers. I think those are a very important points. And based on this, also my friend Rishi from BU from Boston University, he will also explain to us on how multilateral finance would be access to kind of foster this kind of regional integrations for electric power access. So Rishi, briefly explain, introduce you are, and also please, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you so much, first of all, for this kind invitation. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this kind invitation, and thank you to Ethiopia for bringing us together here today. I would like to build on what some of the speakers have already talked about, which is the importance of reliable and accessible energy. And for that, low-cost, affordable finance is particularly important. And one of the most important sources of reliable, low-cost, long-term finance in our multilateral development banks. And therefore, given the discussions here in Baku regarding the NCQG, but also in terms of the replenishments that we have coming up, whether it is the World Bank's concessional lending arm in December or the Africa Development Fund next year, there are a number of key moments where concessional finance really is on the agenda. And one of the things that will have to be prioritized is how can we provide incentives to encourage regional integration, especially in terms of making sure that countries are able to put in place the infrastructure that will allow power trade. Now, of course, energy happens to be very capital intensive, and given the very high borrowing costs, it's all the more important for finance to be available at a low cost, highly concessional basis. Now, The signals from the MDBs have been very positive. Earlier last week, we heard the announcement of $120 billion in finance that the MDBs are expecting to be able to supply by 2030. However, we note that that is not enough, right? The independent high-level expert group is suggesting that there has to be a tripling of MDB lending, so that is an additional $300 billion. And what that really means is simply stretching balance sheets alone will not be enough, which is how MDBs are getting to the $120 billion. What will really be required is injections of new capital to go into these banks. And that's why it really falls on the shoulders of the shareholders of these multilateral development banks to really walk the talk by providing these banks with injections of new money so that they can actually finance at around $300 billion a year by 2030. Now, of course, the volume of finance is one piece. Incentives are the other piece. And here, since we're talking about regional integration, it will be extremely important for these banks to provide both the volume as well as the price incentives so that countries can actually build out the infrastructure that will be necessary. And let me just end by saying that this is a region where we know energy access continues to be a very major challenge, but we also have to be ambitious when we think about energy access, not simply in terms of having light bulbs, but really in terms of thinking about how do we best make use of productive energy so that it really is able to contribute to economic growth. And so for this, countries in the region will require a lot more energy consumption than what we are seeing at the moment. So with those thoughts, let me pause here and pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Rishi, for those insights from the multilateral MEDB's perspective. I think those are very important points as the discussion we move forward. And next, we have heard from Kenya and Ethiopia, and then we have also going to hear from Djibouti. We have Mr. Dini Abdullahi Omar. He is also a General Secretary for the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development in Djibouti. So we're going to hear from here for 5 minutes. Mr. Deni, the floor is yours.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak French because we've got interpretation available. First of all, I'd like to thank the Ethiopian minister for inviting me to this event, which is very important, very significant. Djibouti has realized the interconnection with Ethiopia more than 10 years ago, and this interconnection has several advantages. The first one being that the cost of electricity has been reduced for Djibouti because in the past we were importing petrol and oil, and as you know, the price has increased a lot, so it was difficult for Djibouti to carry on importing oil. So the first advantage, it's the reduced cost of electricity.
Pour la région, mais aussi
important point for the region and to fight against
la
climate
baisse
change from a global perspective.
de l'émission de gaz à effet de serre.
The fall of
Puisque
greenhouse gases,
l'électricité qu'importe
given the fact that the electricity, the
est une ressource
hydroelectricity imported by Djibouti is a renewable resource.
Vous pouvez continuer?
Can you hear me?
Puisque l'électricité que nous importons d'Éthiopie est une ressource
The electricity
renouvelable.
imported from Ethiopia is a renewable. It's a clean energy. It has enabled Djibouti to cut its greenhouse gases significantly and to meet the goal in order to respect and to meet the Paris Agreement, the Paris Accord. Thanks to some windmills project, Djibouti has cut significantly its emissions of greenhouse gases. A third asset is the integration
L'interconnexion électrique, mais aussi par le transport. Et Djibouti
is facilitated by transport. Djibouti has increased the international.
Ensuite, cette interconnexion est bénéfique pour les deux pays. C'est bénéfique pour Djibouti puisque
This interconnection is beneficial to all countries because there is going to be, they are going to have an access at low price to clean energy. It's very important for Ethiopia.
Ethiopia will have the opportunity to have some foreign currencies. It's a win-win project. This project was a great achievement, and given the fact that the energy demand is rising in Djibouti, Djibouti is now implementing a second connection to the grid. We used to import 100 megawatts from Ethiopia, and we will import even more hydroelectricity from Ethiopia because the demand is soaring from Ethiopia due to the activity economies in Djibouti and due to the train, the railway. We have a railway connection between Ethiopia and Djibouti working with electricity. Whether it's from an economic standpoint or to cut the greenhouse emissions, it's a very positive project. And we are happy to have this project with our Ethiopian brother.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dini, for your insightful interjection here. I think we heard many positive news here. There are not much daunting explanation or introduction from here. All are kind of more positive. How electric power, renewable energy, more reliable, affordable, and accessible energy could integrate regional integrations, could help regional integrations, and foster economic progresses. As we have heard from Djibouti, the Ethiopian power export reduces emissions from Djibouti perspective, and also kind of the foreign currency earning from Ethiopia, and also serves for Kenya as a backbone, as Kenya also have more renewable energy, but the imports from Ethiopia could use as a backbone for other energy sources. So I think this is kind of more positive news, how affordable, reliable energy could have a benefit both for economic and social developments. I think we'll have a few questions. Before we have a few questions, the media people is asking me if we have a picture before we go to the answers and the questions. So, Your Excellency, Siyum, can you join us in the picture here? And after that, we'll go to the question and answers. Sorry for that. Sorry for interruption. Now we'll go to questions and answers. If you have a few questions for each speakers or for all speakers, I would like to give the floor to the participants. Any question from the floor? My friend over there.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mangarai from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for the topic and the introductions that you did present. I just wanted to find out whether Ethiopia is also looking at the regional, the continental integration rather than from a regional perspective. This year we have an interesting phenomenon where the dry season within the southern part of Africa, and mainly Zambia and Zimbabwe are facing acute power challenges. Yet 2,000 kilometers up north in Tanzania, in Kenya, and in Ethiopia, there is plenty of rainfall. So instead of moving the water down south, we can actually move the electricity down south. So are you looking at intercontinental integration, basically also looking at financing the transmission aspects within Tanzania and Zambia so that we interlink both the East African power pool as well as the Southern African power pool and create a market for the excess capacity that you actually have in Ethiopia? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any other question? Let us take a few more questions and we'll go to the panelists.
Thank you very much for the conversation to all the panelists. It's been insightful to hear about the aims and objectives of different countries in East Africa. A question that I have is, does policy change play a big part in the future of Africa's energy? As we find that there are grey areas in policies which make renewable energy less accessible to more rural parts of Africa. This is open to all panel members to answer.
Thanks so much. Can we have one more question? Or let us answer those questions. And before I turn to the panelists, there is one question about Ethiopia. It is plan for continental energy integration. I know Ethiopia has a plan to Tanzania through Kenya. So Tanzania is also a member of the Southern Power Pool. So there is that plan, I would say. But let me hear from my Ethiopian colleagues.
Okay. To reach, especially in the southern as well as in the northern parts, already we have a plan to reach northern part as well as in the southern parts of Africa. In the future, the coming 2 or 3 years, we will reach around 12,000 megawatts. So we planned to reach in most parts of Africa, as well as in the northern parts of Africa, including Egypt and Morocco or around Chad. So based on the investment we invest in the futures, we also fully planned, fully committed to reach most of the southern and the East African as well as in the northern parts of Africa.
Thanks so much. I have here Isaac because he's also part of what I mentioned, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania. Isaac, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Just to add what our brother is saying, indeed, even right now, there is interconnector which is being built from Kenya, Tanzania, and Zambia. The Kenya-Tanzania has actually been done, finished. We are just doing a commissioning test so that it can then be live. The Tanzania-Zambia is also ongoing, could be done very quickly. The idea then is to connect through that linkage. We will connect the Eastern African power pool with the Southern African power pool, so they can be flow either way. And from what my brother said, we are already interconnected between Eastern African and Northern African power pool. We need to still work on the challenge of between East Africa and Central Africa, which could be possible through Uganda, Rwanda, the DRC, the Central Africa, so that when we connect that, then we can reach the Western African power pool. The idea is to be able to interconnect within all the power pools within Africa, and that's why we are also participating in doing the Continental Master Plan, which will then assist us not only in the connections, but also in developing our renewable energy resource. Now, since I have the mic also, the second question I could attempt about the policy, if there's any policy change which will make renewable energy particularly difficult in rural areas, we would actually say policies are reinforcing that. Like, for example, in Kenya, we have already done our Kenya National Electrification Strategy, which is a strategy to reach not only the urban, the peri-urban, but also the rural areas. And the reach of the rural areas is mostly through solar mini-grids and solar home system, decentralized services with renewable energy. So we can only get better, and most of the countries have their own NDCs. We have a long-term low emission strategy which looks at reducing emissions. So in a way, we are only reinforcing the utilization of renewable energy at the rural area, and we are very much focused on that in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Any one of you want to add, Rishi or Dini, if you have any comment to add?
Oui. Je voudrais ajouter quelques mots sur l'électrification rurale.
I would like to add a point regarding the electricity in rural areas. In Djibouti, we are implementing mini-grids in rural areas. Do you have the translation? Do you have the translation? Avez-vous la traduction? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Yes.
We are implementing mini-grids with the financing, with the Global Environment Fund, and with some bilateral fund, for instance, with South Korea. We have electrified different villages, and we want to electrify more villages by implementing mini solar grids to enable the rural population to get access to renewable and clean energy and a cheap energy. It's a program that we are implementing, which is in the pipeline currently.
Thanks so much. One more round question. I think we have one question from here.
Thank you very much. My name is Bahaj, and I'm from the University of Southampton, UK. I want to ask a question in relation to the planned connectivity between the African countries and in relation to rural communities where some of you mentioned mini-grids supporting their access to electricity. So my question is that connecting these countries together is not planned to benefit those villages, the rural communities, only planned to benefit maybe the cities and industry and so forth. Is that correct?
Well, in the midterm, in the medium, in the immediate, yes, because the national grid only reaches a certain level. But what we are doing with our mini grids is to do them in a way that they fully follow the grid code, so that in case a national grid arrives, then they get connected to the national grid. And what we have done is to do an electrification strategy which looks at the least cost option. So for example, just an example, in Kenya, we had a very large portion of northern Kenya called Garissa, which was on a very big mini grid. And then we did a transmission line to that place, and we got it out of mini grid. So successively, as the grid improves or extends, we'll be getting most of these villages being connected to the national grid. But we don't want to wait 10 years or 20 years for them to enjoy this electricity from the grid. So in the meantime, and a lot of technology now has changed. With a mini grid, you can virtually do most of the things you would do with a grid system. And those areas then enjoy electricity, they enjoy all the other socio-economic amenities as we wait for the grid to be able to come.
Thanks so much, Isaac. Anyone want to add to that question?
Oui.
Go ahead, Dini.
C'est vrai que l'interconnexion électrique.
It's true that power interconnection is not affordable for the rural population because the voltage makes it that you cannot connect the little village. But mini-grids are a regional program, plan. In Djibouti, we have a plan including 11 African countries. It's a regional plan covering many African countries. And as a matter of fact, the small municipalities, small villages should be empowered with mini grids which are not connected to the national network, to the national grid. We have both national grids and mini grids. Small villages cannot be connected to the national grid.
Thanks so much.
So they don't benefit then? What's the point of people not benefiting? They're paying taxes. There's only few of not the few, only the people who can afford it in cities. How about rural communities?
So when you talk of benefit, I don't know benefit in terms of what? Because there's still...
Les avantages en termes de quoi?
Because they still have power. It's on in mini grid, but it is not a national grid. They can virtually do anything. We have powered the clinics there. We have powered the schools. They are doing cottage industries. They are able to have an industrial revolution within the place. So just because you are not connected to power from Ethiopia through the national grid, it doesn't mean somebody in northern Kenya is not benefiting. They are actually, we are benefiting them through the mini grids as we wait for the universal coverage of the national grid. So I think it's a matter of looking at what are the least cost options of electrifying citizens, the rurals, and as long as they have power and they can use it, then they are benefiting. Professor Baj.
I think, thanks so much for those nice introduction from Isaac and the question. Yeah, I think although they don't benefit directly from the grid, they are benefiting from the decentralized access of electricity through solars, because when they do that, I think there are two ways of access: through grid extension and intensification, or through decentralized. I think which one is cost benefit for rural communities? And as Djibouti, my friend, mentioned that it would be costly, not effective, if they expand the grid to the rural communities, which they need in kilowatt, where the grid is transferring in megawatts. So we have to balance the economic benefit for the rural communities, which would be affordable and accessible and reliable for them. And that mentioned, I don't want to have a discussion here, so not.
You heard of transformer?
I think, can I have another question? Because he mentioned that can we have a different perspective. That perspective would be respected and appreciated, and also we heard from how they are trying to make sure benefits the rural community. The Kenyan example is a very good example. They have a village community for electric power. That kind of revolutionized the communities. The same thing in Ethiopia. They have this regional, the empowering schools and health centers and agricultural communities to make sure they are benefiting from the power access through decentralized powers. I think that is the point here discussed, and then that need to be further investigated. Yeah, Prof, yeah, we can have a discussion that in a different scenario, in a different setting, but I do appreciate that one. But I have also some intervention from Ethiopia. His Excellency Siyum is trying to intervene.
Thank you for the questions. I think the rural population, they do benefit. They do benefit. If you look our energy access, when we were 2-3 years ago, now it increases to 50%. The challenge that we have in energy access is two. One, the topography and the settlement problem, because the villages are scatteredly settled, and then because of that, it's quite hard to provide electricity to the whole rural village. The second one is the infrastructure investment, particularly the transmission investment is very huge, including the transformer is quite a lot of investment that to really provide energy access to the rural population. So far we have rural energy access program. Within that program, we have tried to reach many more villages, and then we have also creating more additional sources. We have almost to complete our Great Renaissance Dam sooner, and then we have also additional hydro powers are already under construction. That will help us to reach all the population. It's quite hard to see. Many people are still have no energy access, particularly electric access in the rural population is still limited. So we need to expand that one. To expand that one, that's why we need a multilateral discussion and then bilateral discussion to expand to the rural population. For that, we encourage to have off-grid systems, particularly the solar and then the wind farms. They will help to have energy access in the rural population. That's the best option to have. Because now the solar panel cost is decreasing. That will give us a good opportunity to expand the off-grid system. So by doing that, we'll soon reach to all the rural population. And then we try to integrate. Our vision is integrating, powering all Africa. We are just focusing to provide electricity to Africans. So we need to power all Africans as we can reach, as much as we can reach many more countries. So we'll do our best, and then we are trying to invest a lot on energy. So by doing that, we'll soon reach and integrate more African countries with energy. Thank you.
Thanks so much. This is very important question, Prof. So I think I will give it to you, the final comment. Just before we go another question, in Ethiopia, about more than 85% of the population lives within 25 kilometers of the grid. So in Kenya, it's about 80% within 25 kilometers of the grid. So there is a debate which one is more cost-effective for our community. So for 85% of the population in Ethiopia and 80% for Kenya, might be the grid extension and intensification would be cost-effective, and the rest would be through decentralized power. So that there's a debate that. So which one is which? We can have a conversation with you. I can also give you a final comment to say on that, just to give you this fact. Any comments from here? Anyone intervention? Any question? Mansour.
Thank you very much, and really I'm much pleased to see you all here, especially from Kenya, Djibouti, and also our key partners from the, of course, from US and also Germany. Just my question, maybe for Kenya and Djibouti, yes, we are partnering to how to connect in energy. So what do you think, what will your advice in boosting this existing connectivity in the time to come? So it is not, for me, it is maybe very smaller portions that we are already connected, but we need to, of course, boost this connectivity from both countries and maybe reaching out to other African countries. So what are your advice based on your experience and also yes, engagement in this process? One question maybe for Stephanie. I know you are working on the innovative kind of financing, such kind of renewable energy and also other climate investments that can, of course, address the climate change. So what is your advice in benefiting from such kind of connectivity with regional connectivity, including Ethiopia with Kenya and others? For example, you may take as example a carbon market or those opportunities. So please give your advice and experience, lessons you may learn considering you have been working in East Africa for long. Thanks so much.
Any other final question? So, my friend.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste relever.
Thanks.
Oui, je voulais juste. Oui, je voulais juste relever que.
I would like to highlight that the cost of infrastructures is very high to cover all regions, but we need to bear in mind that there are some great region differences and discrepancies. The power is not the same in different regions. Kenya has developed renewables and hydro energy. Ethiopia is working in Eshara of 300 megawatts. $250 million. It's a huge cost for the country, and to ensure a better integration of the region and to increase the trade exchange, we need to standardize the local legal regulations. Your countries should standardize the different legal frameworks to have a better integration and to enable the interconnection of countries. For instance, in Ethiopia, we have a cooperation, a very great cooperation. We have electric trains from Ethiopia to Addis Ababa. Same thing for Uganda. In Mombasa, they have an interconnection, in interconnectivity. Countries which have borders should increase the electric interconnection for all this region to be interconnected, and that would be leveraged by all the countries. We have remaining regions in rural areas which are not yet powered and electrified. I'm talking about 230 million for the IGAD countries. I think that 15 to 20 millions of people are not empowered. It is important to connect those communities to increase trade exchange and to boost the economic growth in our region for the upcoming years.
Okay, thanks so much. I think.
Merci beaucoup.
I will have one more just question for each speakers. Isaac, I mean, if you could just add one more question, if you could explain more how the Ethiopia and Kenya, in terms of energy integration, in Ethiopia want also be a powerhouse, and Kenya also want to be a powerhouse. So how they could, foster this regional integration in order to benefit both countries and the region and the continent at large. Do you think there should be something to be done to foster this regional integration, to take it from East Africa to the regional and to the continental level? There's any suggestion you would put forward in that? And also same, I think this question also could be the same for my Djibouti friend, Mr. Dini. And what do you think how the Ethiopia and Djibouti, what they should done to foster or enhance the current existing partnership in terms of energy collaborations? As you mentioned, the Ethiopia power export helps Djibouti to reduce emissions, and it also helps Ethiopia to get some foreign currency in that regard. So how do you think you see it in the future? This could be scaled up to a higher level, to a larger scale. What do you think any possibility, there's any challenge, barriers, or what are the opportunities in that regard? And the same thing for my friend Rishi, my good friend. We've been known for many years. So Rishi, what do you think from the global, he has a global experience, what do you think from a global perspective for mobilizing finance for this kind of regional integration, which has not only renewable energy, but also can also offset carbon emission in other countries, also fosters trade and integrations between regions? Do you think their feasibility, what do you advise for those countries to take it higher level, to be a good example of, solving renewable energy for regional integration and economic development, and also offsets of carbon emission in other countries? And also my friend Stephanie, my good friend Stephanie, he's also, what do you advise in terms of policy to attract all the global, the big MDBs? I think they are going to trying to revive their financing strategies. What do you advise are in terms of policy environment, a regional and at a country level? Do you see the kind of that balance between the regional and country policy attractiveness? What are your advice on those? I think those are my question. So if there is no any question, I think you can start. My good brother Isaac, thank you for hosting me in Kisumu, by the way.
Thank you, thank you. Welcome again to Kisumu. Really, the framework is there. Connected with Ethiopia, 500 kilovolt DC. This line can carry anything in upwards of 1,600 to 2,000 megawatt. It's a double circuit. We are only picking 200. Tanzania maybe will pick another 200 or 400. We'll add to 400. So therein lies a great potential. And for transmission lines, we need to load them to some level so that then we reduce the losses. If we have a big line like that, we're only transferring a percentage, a small percentage. Then it is a huge investment which we are not sweating the assets. So one of the things is for us to be able to grow our industries. And we are looking at Kenya, the power that we are producing, getting from others. Can we be able to have a green industrialization through the power that we are getting? And looking at other things like green hydrogen, looking at things like energy transition in a way so that we can be able to increase our power utilization, because that will be a measure of how we are industrialized. But also to, like what our friend from Zimbabwe said, let's encourage the power trade between Eastern African power pool and the South, so that when in cases of drought, and we pray there will be no drought again, but in such cases, then we can be able to support our brothers down south. And then the linkage to Central Africa, an area where we really need to go. I think we need to collectively as countries come together and see how we are going to do an interconnector to the Central African area that will then give us the market around the Central Africa and beyond. But really we need to then agree that can Kenya develop a geothermal resource, because that we can do and be able to achieve very good costings. Can Ethiopia continue developing the hydropower so that we have adequate power, and then industries are going to come, and we can be able to connect our people also and be able to reach our universal access. Most of us want to do that by 2030, and that is going to be very possible. So let's encourage inter-trade. Let's encourage also cross-border, by the way. With Ethiopia, there is a town which is close to the border of Kenya and Ethiopia. And so for us, we said, why should we take grid there when we have grid from Ethiopia? So we have a cross-border to the town of Moyale. We have another one down south with Tanzania. So these integrations are very good as we make Africa one full trading bloc, and that is going to help us to be able to raise the socio-economic standards of our people. Thank you.
Stefan?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you both for your questions, Abai and Mensur. They were quite related, so I'll try to answer them in a package, so to speak. And I think, and I've seen that also now, in the concept note for this agenda, this term enabling environment. It's very soft and fuzzy, and sometimes it's a bit of a buzzword, but at least in my interpretation, it captures the interplay really of regulation, having clear also legal rules for how to do certain things, policy, which includes incentives, access to finance, but also the human capacity, skilled workers at scale that is needed to really build these things. So I think really working on strengthening all of these different aspects that we need is helpful, and potentially also being in close exchange, between countries in the region, on how certain things have been done in one country or the other. How has Kenya tapped into its geothermal potential? I think we have seen a bit more progress there than in Kenya. Then on the other hand, in Ethiopia, we've been more successful maybe on the hydropower side. So really exchanging more on what works. I think that could really be helpful. And to some extent, of course, we also need to still think about bringing costs down for expanding, the generation capacity overall, because there has been a lot of growth, but the theoretical potential is still so much larger. And that means, for instance, introducing, policy instruments like auctions for bringing costs down. We've seen some, first initiatives in this direction, but I think these are things that could really been taken to scale further, so that we bring the costs down of really realizing the theoretical potential that is there in the region in all of these different sources of energy. And then, since I mentioned finance, then I would say, carbon markets or climate finance are then one way of improving access to finance, what I mentioned earlier in the enabling environment. And here, of course, in the climate finance space, we always need to have a good evidence base for claiming also the climate contributions. And 10 years ago, or almost 15 years ago, when we were in the first boom of the carbon markets, Kenya, like now, has been the leader, the front runner, almost on the continent, when it comes to accessing these kind of carbon markets for wind, for geothermal, for solar. And that didn't happen in Ethiopia. And why was that? And one of the key reasons was that the baseline on a national level in Ethiopia, it was already clean, because we already had hydropower dominating the electricity mix. And so we were in the slightly bizarre situation that while in Ethiopia at that time, when the generation capacity was around 3 times lower, I would say, if not more, if not 4 times, Ethiopia was one of the most underserved countries with regards to electricity access on a per capita basis nationwide. Still, carbon market instruments didn't give an incentive, because in that logic, the power was already clean, so you don't reduce emissions. So that was not really reflecting the reality of Ethiopia, where clearly we need additional incentives and investments to boost the generation capacity. And the traditional ways of looking at baselines didn't provide such incentives, because in theory you didn't reduce emissions when you were building a wind power plant in Ethiopia, whereas exactly the same wind power plant, if it was built in Kenya, would give you incentives in the form of emission reductions that you can translate into carbon credits. We are still in a similar situation, but if you look more broadly than on a regional level, we've seen that both in the West African power pool and in the South African power pool, we actually have not a national but a regional approach to calculating the baseline, so that the mix, the energy mix in the entire power pool, was then accepted by all of its members as the baseline. So maybe such things could also be helpful on a regional perspective, if you think about how we can further improve the rules of how carbon markets work, so that the generation capacity can be incentivized also in Ethiopia, but also in Kenya, of course. So maybe thinking about these kind of things a bit more on a regional level and looking at how what has been successful elsewhere could be useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Rishi?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Let me actually build on what Stefan was saying in terms of how the carbon market rules, unfortunately, and the same applies for my country. I come from Nepal, where we also have a very clean power mix, and therefore, the carbon markets are not much of an incentive there either, apart from biogas digesters and stuff like that. And I think what this really raises is a question regarding how do you really value costs and benefits, particularly when it comes to the productive use of energy, and how really transformational that really is in terms of economic activity. And so when, for example, multilateral development banks think about financing, are they able to capture the costs and benefits in a way that really internalizes, beyond simply being able to turn the lights on, the full range of economic benefits. Now, of course, since we're talking about cross-boundary trade, what you could call the spillover implications also need to be factored in. And so I think we really need to think about what would be the appropriate cost-benefit framework for things like this, so that we are not limited to what the baseline is, for example, in regards to emissions reductions, and are able to think more creatively about what really are the benefits of a generation, but also of integration as well. And second, of course, Ethiopia has played a leadership role in terms of really helping to uncover what the market price really is through reverse auctions. And I think this is something that really needs to be scaled up, so that we really have a least cost approach to expansion, and this requires a very adaptive sort of a framework that will enable and allow those least cost options to be explored and continued. And so, of course, here, continued leadership from the governments, would be needed here. Yeah, let me pause there and pass it to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rishi and Mr. Denny.
Yes. As I was saying before, in Djibouti, we've got an electric interconnection with Ethiopia 10 years ago, and we've got a second line for interconnection from Samarra in Ethiopia to Djibouti. So we've got enough expertise in between both countries in technical terms to transport energy, expertise legally. We've got enough expertise regarding finance, how to fund these projects. So we are going to capitalize on our expertise, and I think that the interconnection between Ethiopia and Djibouti is going to increase for two reasons. The first one, the energy offer from Ethiopia is going to increase because Ethiopia is going to produce 6,000 megawatts with the Renaissance dams, and because the capacity is going to increase, the offer is going to increase, and at the same time demand is going to increase because the country is going to grow, demography, economy, so demand from energy demand is going to increase as well at the same time for Djibouti. So it's going to be necessary to strengthen the interconnection between the two countries and, more generally speaking, all over Eastern Africa.
Thank you so much. Before I conclude, I promised my friend to give you if you have a final thoughts or comments, and then I will pass it to my panelists to answer that question.
Thanks very much. You are an excellent chair. Almost there, really almost there. You allowed engagement from the floor. So what I was going to say is that I had nothing against connectivity between countries. What I'm really saying is that it needs to be a balance of investment, right? I'm in the mini-grid business for such a long time, so I know a lot about mini-grids and networks. So in a way, I would like to have some of that investment that's going to be done for the power pool connectivity targeted to the 400 or 500 million East African people who got no access to electricity. I would rather have some balanced approach to the investment to allow those poor people to get connectivity and improve their lives. That's all I wanted to say, really.
I think that's a great point. That is the point. I think that's the gist of you summarize the whole discussion in a few words. I think we all agree on that. I just want to say thank you so much. What I have learned from here is, I think kind of this indicated that both Ethiopia and Kenya, they need to collaborate in terms of policies, strategies of energy, and both at the generation, transmission level, that could help both. For example, Kenya is more on geothermal, Ethiopia is more on hydropower. They need that kind of collaboration at a planning level, at a strategy level, to make sure that both are kind of supporting each other's, complement each other's energy generation access. I think that is the point I was trying to push Isaac, and I think that is a point they need to have more coordination planning in terms of generation energy to make sure that benefits the region, that benefits both countries. I think that is the point here we discussed. So in terms of that, otherwise these two countries could be powering the continent, not only East Africa. They have the potential, they have the expertise to kind of generate and help African countries lightening or green, kind of decarbonize their economies, both from East Africa to Southern Africa. And then Ethiopia also connected to North Africa. As my friend mentioned, Ethiopia is connected to Sudan, Sudan is connected to Egypt, and Egypt is connected to the North African power pools. That connection is already exists. Ethiopia is also connected to Tanzania, Tanzania is also connected to southern pools. I think through Kenya and through Tanzania, the power grid, the power generation in Ethiopia is connected now to the Northern Africa, Egypt, and Southern Africa as well. This means that if we collaborate, we can decarbonize the African industry, the African energy, and we can also help access to the rural farmers by not through the grid, but the grid, when the grid goes to others, because the decentralized energy also goes to the rural communities. In that way, both from the grid extension and decentralized power, as my friend mentioned, Ethiopia and East Africa, and then I think Kenya could help powering Africa and could also help or foster integrations, economic integrations through electricity. I think that is the point we discuss here. Thank you so much. This was excellent presenters, excellent speakers, and good friends. Thank you so much, Isaac. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you so much, Rishi, and thank you so much, Mr. Dini. I think give them applaud, and thank you so much for all of you.
Inspiring